Yeah, it's 9 a.m., so we're going to go ahead and ready. So we're all ready to go. We'll go ahead and call our September 16th, 2020 Board of Supervisors meeting, our recommended budget hearings for 2020. And as of today, we'll go ahead and open the meeting. As customary, are there any moments of silence today from the board? Okay. Seeing none, once again, obviously, we just passed the, we did it yesterday, but we'll do it again today because the Valley Fire obviously commands that type of thing. We just passed the 5th anniversary of September 12th to Valley Fire. And today we'll dedicate that moment of silence again to the Valley Fire and the victims we lost in it. Okay, Supervisor Sabatier, would you please leave us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Sure would. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go right into our number 4 item, our 9 a.m. recommended budget hearings, and it potentially could be could roll over into tomorrow, continued into September 2020 if necessary. I did also just want to talk about some timing. I was thinking today, I know we had a request from Supervisor Crandall to take a lunch from 1 to 2, and I'd like to be able to accommodate that, you know, for him. There's a meeting that he'd like to go to, so if we could take our lunch from 1 to 2 o'clock today, that's kind of the calendar we'd be on. So I just wanted to make that announcement at the beginning here.
Thank you, Chair Simon.
Okay.
There's a meeting with Congressman Garamendi with the Lake County Chamber of Commerce. And it's the only day we could get with him, and would hate to miss it. We're talking about the Lake Pillsbury Scott Dam situation. So.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, would you consider a suggestion that with a slight alternative to that?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Hope to reach you this morning, but I just wanted to propose a slight alternative. Would you consider making the lunch break from 12:30 to 2? And the reason I ask this is, first, it would enable Supervisor Crandall to also have a meal break instead of just a meeting with the congressman. And it would also give yourself and staff an opportunity to review the agenda for next Tuesday, which we were not able to do yesterday because the meeting was a long one yesterday. So would that be something you would want to consider?
Yes, that seems like a good proposal. Obviously, that will push some things most likely, but yeah, I am fine with that. Yeah, I think that works out well. Because this could be a...
Yeah, it's this, we expect this to be a full day, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so our first item of business, obviously, is to get right into our budget here. I want to thank admin and all the staff for bringing this forward and working so hard on a yearly basis, but we're going to go to our timed item, which is 9 a.m. recommended budget meeting. So, Carol, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're all excited to be here. I'm speaking for the administrative office, but there are also a large number of your department heads and key staff. I see that we have 37 participants in the room here with us. That must be a record for budget hearings, don't y'all think? Anyway, we're glad to have everybody here. And so what we're going to start with, as we usually do, are just some introductory remarks, some updates on our finances, the outlook for the coming year, and then we'll turn it over and begin a long string of the 180 or so budget units we have with our department heads and their key fiscal staff according to the schedule that was attached to your agenda packet. We'll follow that schedule for the most part, although there may be an occasional exception depending on other things the department heads have going. We're trying to be flexible with everybody and get them in here at times that work best for everybody. So presented today for the consideration of your board is the fiscal year 2020-2021 final recommended budget. And it would be an understatement to say that the COVID-19 pandemic has made the budget preparation process this year quite unusual. It has been completely unusual. In late March, your board approved staff's recommendation to make changes to the budget hearing cycle. And in the process of doing that, we flipped the more extended budget hearing process that for the last couple of years we have done in June. We flipped it to now, September instead, simply because we were in the throes of the pandemic in June, and it just wouldn't have been possible to support that effort and to have all the information we have today to really make this process complete. We have also reported to you several times since then in May and again in June on the financial impacts resulting from the COVID crisis, and during the course of these hearings, we'll update you on all those areas of concern as well as we go through the course of the next day plus. Since those briefings in May and again in June, we have begun receiving the federal CARES Act funding and also the state realignment backfill funding. That has alleviated some of the concerns we reported to your board. Your board also ratified the certification I was required to send in to the state to begin receiving both of those funding sources. And as you know, the realignment backfill funding will enable critical law enforcement and social services programs to remain in place. The realignment funding is a source that was impacted by the statewide drop in sales tax collection. So the state backfilled it for the losses the county would have incurred had they not. And the CARES Act funding will help us with our disaster response costs. And as you know, we're also setting some funding aside to help local businesses weather the impacts of the disaster. At the time your board contemplated the recommended budget back in June, you considered imposing 10% cuts to county general fund departments. This was in anticipation of the negative impacts resulting from the pandemic to county finance. And absent the CARES Act fund and the realignment backfill, we would certainly be facing dire financial circumstances with likely reductions in staffing and the many services the public relies upon. And although we weren't forced to take it to that level, out of an abundance of caution, general fund departments have been held, for the most part, to the same net county cost in fiscal year 2021 as they received in 2019-20. And we'll be explaining that to you as we go along the way. As I said earlier, all of the revenues to watch is what we called them back in May and June when we reported to you are going to be updated as we go through this day. Probably one of the most important things to note is the work your board has done over the last few months to form the Economic Development Task Force, which will begin meeting very soon. Admittedly, the arrival of the LNU complex wildfire has impacted staff's ability to get that started, but we are literally on the verge of launching that. It's the intention, at least at the start, for that group to meet every 2 weeks as it begins to prepare to address its mission. As we go through the course of the day, the administrative office is going to take kind of a tag team approach. You'll be hearing from a number of us. You'll hear from Stephen Carter, Susan Parker, Patrick Sullivan, and Michelle Scully. In the introductory remarks, it'll primarily be Stephen and I, and then later on when we go through our budgets, you'll hear from all of those folks. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Stephen. He's going to give you some overview information about the budget at large. Go ahead, Stephen.
Good morning, board. Stephen Carter, Deputy CAO. So to kick off the county budget overview, which is part of the fiscal impact narrative, fiscal year 2021 final recommended budget for all county funds totaled $292,261,503, which is a very large number. That's compared to fiscal year 1920 adopted, which was $258,248,844. That's a difference of $34 million, 20% $34,012,659. As you can see from the governmental funds section, a little over 2 million is in general fund. Quite a bit of it is in special revenue funds, and that increase can be attributed to certain departments because we're talking about the appropriations. So roads increased their appropriations by a little over 4 million. Disaster response and recovery increased their overall appropriations by just over 7 million. Building and safety also increased theirs by about 1.4 million. And a few other departments are within the $1 million range. And then the increase for capital project funds, which went from almost 10 million to 14 million, is almost all attributed to the CDBG capital projects. And that increase was just barely under $4 million. That's for the Cobb Water project, which we passed through to Cobb Water. The special districts and other agencies increase can be attributed to Watershed Protection District, which is just over $8 million extra year over year, and Lake Osan Southeast Regional System, which is just over $1 million. So now focusing on general fund, total appropriations for 2021 are $63,578,629, which represents an increase of $1,715,616, or about 2.77% compared to fiscal year 1920's adopted and mid-year combined, which later on I'm going to talk about the numbers where mid-year is not included, so I can tell you exactly what's been increased. So going to that, the increase over the past 3 fiscal years compared to fiscal year 8-9 budget, which if you look at it has been pretty significant. Since 17-18 it was 56 million and now it's 63 million. That's a pretty good increase, but you also have to take into consideration that the CPI, Consumer Price Index, has actually increased by 34.89% in that since 8-9. So we are still far under our buying power of 8-9. So I'll go ahead and explain the difference in the general fund appropriations. I switched the numbers over to the difference between 1920 adopted and 2021 final recommended. The difference is $2,415,535. The reason why that has changed from the prior number is the prior number had the mid-year included, which mid-year generally increases it. That can generally be attributed to planning, the planning division budget unit 2702, which has increased by almost 1.6 million. But the thing you have to pay attention to as well is 100,000 of it is general fund discretionary revenues. Everything else is covered by other revenues, so not general fund money. Jail medical services, so the medical services, that is a major contract for the jail. We're increasing the budget by 280,000, and that's due to an actual increase in the contract amount. And then the sheriff coroner, budget unit 2201, their appropriations have gone up by 638,334, of which only 200,000 is actually general fund discretionary revenue. And the reason why the extra discretionary revenue was given, proposed to be given to the sheriff, is that covers the BOS approved 80/20 insurance coverage for the Lee County Deputy Sheriff's Association that was approved by your board. And the final difference comes in with Public Works budget unit 1903 in their admin, which there's 0 general fund discretionary revenue in that budget unit. The change there is the department had combined budget units, so took some staff from other budget units and brought it into 1903, brought them from other non-general fund departments in. So it's not really a massive $600,000 increase overall in the budget. It's just a reallocation of where it's located. And as noted on page 1, the county cost for fiscal year 2021 was fixed at 1920 levels with only a couple adjustments, and those ones are the ones I stated right above. So all of the departments are actually doing business by reducing staffing, maintaining salaries, and absorbing the additional cost of merit increases and promotions, which are normally part of their net county cost increase year over year. So moving on to the general fund discretionary revenue, the largest pot of money in the discretionary revenue would be property taxes. Property taxes have still not quite reached the point of 8.9 before we had the big crash. We're estimating 2021 property tax to come in around $24,150,000. Last year, we received $24,880,000. And the reason for the decrease mostly is because there were supplementals that were larger than normal, which are a hit and miss, whether you receive them or not. So like Calpine was sold, so there's a transfer fee. That was about $400,000 to $500,000 alone. And something like that happens very rarely in our county. So it didn't include those revenues. And then under the governor's, so there's some possible effects to our property tax revenue. Under the governor's executive order N61-20, which is in response to the pandemic, penalties and other charges for delinquent property tax payments are suspended through May 2021. So that leaves a gap on our possible receiving the revenues from our property tax. The teeter fund that we have does guarantee the money will be given to the taxing entities, but we also fund the teeter. So there's a possible gap in funding there, which is why, we know I'm going to get to where under the general reserves that we're going to request the auditor controller be given the authority to temporarily utilize a portion of the general reserve to manage the resulting cash flow impacts, which may or may not occur depending on payments of property taxes. Moving on to sales tax, I actually have some updated numbers on this since the memo was written. Sales tax revenues received for the period of July and August 2021 actually equaled $1,416,691.04. And the reason why that's a larger number than I had at the time of the memo is the Prop 172, the August amount hadn't been received at that point in time. So if you combine those two and you compare them to fiscal year 1920's July and August to give you an apples to apples review, 1920 we received $1,119,333 during that time period. So in 2021, we've already received 26.5% more sales tax than we did at this point. Oh, hang on, someone's calling me, sorry. Sorry about that. So we've already received in the first 2 months, 26.5% more than the previous years. So we're still watching this very closely because it's volatile. That could be just a blip, but we'll continue watching it probably for the next few years to be safe, because that is our second largest discretionary revenue source. And then moving on to the transient occupancy tax, or TOT. For the first couple months of the year, revenues have totaled a little over $66,000, which is pretty small. But fiscal year 2021, in comparison, we had only received $73,000. So it's a decrease of 10.3%, which is a large percentage. But in 1920, we received over $670,000, which was over 100,000 more than we expected because of the activities that have gone into going after certain rentals to pay their TOT taxes. And like sales tax, the TOT revenue is a source that will require continuous monitoring for impacts resulting from the COVID-19. And then moving on to cannabis tax, I'm sure we're going to go into this a lot more when we go over Budget Unit 1072. Patrick Sullivan will be the tax administrator. We'll be going over it. But cannabis cultivation and resulting tax collection has picked up considerably during fiscal year 2021. And that's mainly due to the planning divisions approving an increased volume of early activation permits. While it's likely that most of these early activation permits will be ultimately granted a permit and creating a reoccurring annual tax bill, at this time only 20%, less than 20% of the square footage, which is how we bill or for the taxes, has actually attained that status. So there's still in flux until they have actually fully acquired their permits. Tax bills will continue to be generated as cultivation sites are approved or modified. Approximately 3.1 million, which has been collected at this time so far in fiscal year 2021, which is a large increase over fiscal year 1920, where the entire year we only received 486,000. So this is only the first installment. Patrick will go over where that number has actually changed since the memo as well. So the second installment for fiscal year 2021 is due December 30th. During these hearings, your board will consider the proposal of the interim community development director to create a unit of staff dedicated to cannabis cultivation for permitting and code enforcement. At least initially, cannabis tax will be relied upon to front load the costs because permits do eventually fund and cover them, but you have to create the permits to bring in the revenue. And I'll let Scott talk about that later. And staff also proposes the use of cannabis tax to cover the costs of a dedicated code enforcement officer position. And as your board approved before, in recent months, your board approved the Cannabis Tax Internal Grant Program, CAN grants, providing departments the opportunity to apply for $100,000 up to $100,000 of cannabis tax revenue, with the priority given to proposals that support law enforcement, environmental protection, water quality resources, and youth programs relating to drug and alcohol use. We did include these within the final budget, and the table below on page 4 breaks out what they are. So behavioral health for street outreach services requested $100,000, and they state that it'll be self-sustaining after its initial funding. Health services wanted the $8,000 for substance-free baby and childhood. Public services asked for Lucerne Harbor dredging to increase it by $100,000, where we currently had only $250,000, so that increases the overall to $350,000 for that project. And then the library also asked for drugs and alcohol educational community resources for people to check out. And county council requested $15,000 for cannabis reviews, which has increased their load in her office. And then moving on to geothermal royalties. This is always at odds on whether it's the funding source is going to come through or not. It is not known to me that we should receive it this year like usual. It generally comes about when there's a change in leadership in the White House. The royalties provided, there's a state and a federal piece of the royalties. The state support funds are projects that have to be directly related impacts of geothermal development and water quality initiatives. And the royalties provided by the federal government do not have the same restrictions, so they support the general fund. There's a large piece going to parks maintenance and preservation, and then positions in community development for like a resource planner and things like that. And then moving on to structurally balanced. This year we are in fiscal year 2021 structurally balanced, which basically means we have ongoing revenues that cover our ongoing expenses. Now, if you looked at the budget, it actually shows that we're relying on fund balance carryover or fund balance available to cover some expenses that are above. So we don't have the exact revenue to expenses. What those are is the fund balance available is one-time money, and it's going towards one-time expenses. So if you remove the one-time expenses, we would balance structurally. And then moving on to the reserves and contingencies. Our contingencies in fiscal year 1920, we restored them from previous levels, which totals $4,548,360. There was a number of years before that where it was 1 million or lower, which is not a very good practice. That helps with cash flow, or if there's any unanticipated situations that the board has to come up with funding, this would be a source. And then general reserves. Last year, the general reserves were increased to 9 million from 7 million. The balance is approximately 14.16% of the total recommended general fund appropriations. So if the worst case happened, the general reserves can be called upon and cover the county for approximately 2 to 3 months, which is a good amount. And then as noted on page 3, property tax subsequent to Governor Netton, I think I already actually said that, signing of the executive order N61-20, we're requesting a resolution to authorize the auditor controller for the board to grant her authority to cancel up to 5 million in reserves to cover any disaster-related expenses, which would be part of the pandemic as well, which is related to the property taxes and teeter possible impacts. And then moving on to capital assets. This year, we do have quite a few capital assets. The total capital assets that I have for this year is 56,505,958. A few of the larger capital assets reside in roads, which you would expect for bridges and road repairs of a little under 12,500,000. And then in water resources, Middle Creek Restoration Grant of 15 million. And we also have the courthouse and jail phase 2 roof replacements. That was in there last year. We're moving forward to where they both should be underway this year, but we have 2 million set aside for that. And now the South Main water project. So that one has 2.8 million in it. And jail tower control remodel is 1,649,970. This year, part of the fund balance available, the one-time money, we're requesting to move about $478,000 there so that we can actually complete the project that's been going on for quite a while. Then next up is the county workforce, and I'll turn it over to Carol.
Thank you, Stephen. So as your board well knows, our challenges associated with the attraction and retention of qualified employees persist. It's still continuing to impact virtually all county departments. The countywide vacancy rate continues to average over 20%. We lose key staff to neighboring jurisdictions offering higher wages. The HR director, Pam Samek, pulled some very rough data for me on what our turnover is looking like at this point on a countywide basis. And here are the figures for 2020 thus far, or at least this is dated September 10th, approximately. By that date, in 2020, we had hired 120 new hires. 85 of those were full-time employees, 35 were extra help employees. So out of those 120, not necessarily the same individuals, but in that same time period, we have had 105 terminations. So the net really is only about 15 employees there. That is kind of a sobering statistic. Last year, for all of 2019, we hired 237 new people. Our turnover rate wasn't quite that bad last year. We lost 167 full-time employees and 48 extra help employees. So when you say termination, it's not always for a bad reason. Many times it's for a great reason, such as a long career ending in a well-deserved retirement. But we're still having just a tremendous amount of turnover and churning in our employment ranks. As you know, in light of the totally unprecedented pandemic, the 2019 class and compensation study had to be put on pause so we could take time to assess the financial impacts of the pandemic. And during this time, our labor representatives have indicated their understanding that we are truly in extraordinary times, and they've been patient with us. That is greatly appreciated. Subject to your board's direction, we look forward to the resumption of labor negotiations very soon. In county-wide, the final recommended budget provides for a total permanent workforce of 1,020.25, so 1,020 and a quarter full-time equivalents, which is a net increase of 4.5 compared to this time last year. Or excuse me, compared to June when we brought you the recommended budget. The additions or changes are 0.75 FTE full-time equivalent accountant auditor 1-2, a full-time accountant auditor supervising in auditor controller's office, half-time position victim advocate 1-2, one full-time civil unit coordinator, and one full-time deputy sheriff and sheriff coroner, excuse me. Also one full-time deputy sheriff sergeant in Marine Patrol, and one full-time heavy equipment and fleet maintenance lead worker. Those are the changes. In the general fund, permanent positions are funded with general fund discretionary revenues. There are a total of 371.5 allocated. That is a net increase of 12 and a half positions over the recommended budget you considered in June. And it is mostly the result of moving the 7 positions from the Building and Safety Budget Unit 2603 Code Enforcement and adding 4 cannabis-related positions to planning, as you'll hear about later. So if you go to page 7 of your overview memo, you'll see where those positions and changes shake down in the various departments. In lieu of our hiring, we have an informal hiring freeze in place, and under that, I am continuing to review the requests of departments to fill positions before we take steps to fill them. As you recall, at the time of recommended budget, given the uncertainty of our funding as a result of the pandemic, the decision was made that we would broaden that informal hiring freeze from just general fund departments, as has been in place for many years, to include all departments. The level of review ensures that positions covered do indeed have a long-term reliable funding source, and we're processing those very expeditiously, trying to make that happen quickly for departments because we're keenly aware of their critical staffing needs. And certainly a huge demand on our budget for the future, and in fact, it's been impacting us over the last couple of years as well, is the rising minimum wage. And so you'll see the chart there at the bottom of page 7 that illustrates what the minimum wage impact means for us. It's going up $1 each January. And what that has happened, what that has caused is it's impacted the low end of our salary scale, because many of our positions, the salaries have been surpassed by minimum wage. And so you'll see what happened in January 1st of this year. Excuse me, what's coming in January. So it's going up an hour each time. And then we gave you a dollar each time. We gave you an example of how this is impacting the office assistant class, which is one of our lower paid classes. Step 3 of the office assistant classification pays $13.09 an hour. So you can see that minimum wage will quickly surpass that. And that is not the entry level wage for office assistant. Steps 1 and 2 were long surpassed by minimum wage. So to keep pace with minimum wage, the salary for that position would need to be raised by 7% in January 2021, and basically another 7% the following year. So those minimum wage impacts are affecting everything, and if we're not able to address it on a broader scale, it impacts the compaction of our salaries, because with minimum wage creeping up on the low end of the salary scale, pretty soon the entry-level employees are making as much as their supervisors, or almost as much. So Stephen, I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, the next item would be CalPERS and how it's affecting us. I put on a chart here the actuarial percentage for both the which covers the UAL, the unfunded liability, as well as our normal cost. So the actuarial for 17-18 was 15.567% of
I think Stephen has frozen.
It looks like he's having some internet issues.
cash related to
He's back.
Hey, Stephen.
returns.
Can you
Kinda
go
lost
back about 30 seconds? You froze.
I froze
You
You
did.
did.
about 2 seconds.
30 seconds, please.
There-
Just go back to the beginning of calculus.
So 17 was
And he froze again. Okay, so it appears he was dropped entirely.
So he's still here. He's muted. Stephen, I'd recommend turning your video off for the time being. Let me.
Let's unmute him also.
Yeah. It looks like he disconnected again.
Stephen, do you have audio?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
All right,
go
I'll
ahead.
try again.
Yeah.
I'm going to switch computers here in a minute. So CalPERS, there's an actuarial version of the percentage they estimate that would have to charge, and then what the county has actually charged. And the difference comes from the unfunded liability is a lump sum, and we have to cover that no matter what. So we go off of our estimated payroll and make sure that we charge a large enough percentage to cover that amount. If you notice from 17-18 to 2021, there's actually a 6.5% increase in CalPERS, which is a large increase. Fiscal year 25-26, it's estimated that we're going to start going down finally and start leveling off. Now, with that in mind, the pandemic has also affected the market. So the CalPERS preliminary net return on investments for the 12-month period ending June 30th, 2020 was only 4.7% when the actual required assumed return was 7%. And the difference will be reflected on our June 30th, 2020 actuarial valuation. This needs to be made up by entities like ours. And that means that our rates are going to be slightly increased starting in 2 years due to the effect of this. And we cover it over a 20-year period. So starting in 2 years, instead of it being 25.6, it might be 25.7 or 25.8% for CalPERS. And on that note, I'm going to switch it over to Carol since I'm having technical difficulties for closing remarks.
Okay, thank you very much, Stephen. So we will wrap up this portion of the presentation and get ready to start going through department budgets one by one. Of course, we'd love to hear your board's questions and comments about this portion before we shift gears and do that. But now is the time that we have to extend our gratitude to all of your county department heads and their key staff. They are truly an extraordinary group. They keep coming through for us again and again, even in the wake of more than one disaster at a time. Despite all of the severe limitations and compounding disasters, they are just extraordinary. They stand up over and over again. So thanks to each and every one of you for your dedication, your flexibility, the level of cooperation you demonstrate to us. Clearly, we wouldn't be here doing this today without you. And then I also have to extend some very heartfelt thanks to the staff in the administrative office, especially to Stephen Carter, who we refer to as our budget officer, because he truly is. He is the driving force behind all of what you have here today. And the other person that works very quietly behind the scenes and gets a heck of a lot of work done is Sarah Schuchart. I want to make sure your board is aware of what a vital role Sarah plays in all of this too. So thanks to both Sarah, Stephen, all department heads, and key finance staff. So that completes our presentation.
Thank you, Carol. I know early on I was having some difficulty unmuting myself, and Supervisor Sabatier, I thought that I saw you had raised your hand at one point. I don't know if you could go back to that thought that you had, but I just wanted to ask. Can you hear me?
I appreciate that, and I did have a question, and believe it or not, I decided to just write it down and wait, because I figured we were going to get to this question answer portion. I do have some questions. There was a mention of a 2718 earlier on, and maybe, Carol, I might be putting you on the spot since Stephen's not back yet. This was during his conversation. He mentioned that in 1819 there was some backfill of property taxes, or 1617, I'm sorry, there was a asterisk. But I thought we were getting $666,000 a year as of last year for also a new backfill, and that we would be getting that for up to 3 years. Are we still getting that as well?
No, that ended a couple of years ago.
Okay.
We got property tax backfill for several years from the Valley Fire, but not recently.
Okay, I was mistaken.
I am back, by the way.
Go ahead, Stephen. I'm sure you can answer that precisely.
So the reason why there's an asterisk, that was a large backfill of over I don't remember exactly the amount, but it was over $1 million. And you are correct. We just, Kathy Saderlin, the auditor controller, just submitted the last request for the 3-year backfill, but general fund's only going to see about 293,000 of it. She claimed about 600,000. So it's a much lower amount. It doesn't affect it the same.
Okay. I'm glad I was partially right at least and not just making stuff up, but appreciate that. Then you mentioned for the cannabis that last year we collected 486,000, and that doesn't make sense to me. Was that for the first bill to compare it to the 3 million, or was that for the entire year of taxes collected?
For 1920, I'm looking at it right now.
And the reason I say that is the year before we did less, not more, but yet we have approximately $1.2, $1.5 million, and that 486 makes no sense. If it's 900,
there's multiple years worth of tax that haven't been used.
Yeah, but we've been getting more and more and more. So I was just curious to see, because I thought it was more around the 800,000 or 900,000 mark for the entire 1920 season that we received taxes on, and just the 486 just kind of stood out as a number that doesn't make sense.
Okay, so I'm in our accounting system right now for account 10-95, which is other taxes cannabis within Fund 064, Budget Unit 1072. And for 1920, total received 486,193.27. But if you go to the prior year, which was 1819, it was $520,067.41. And then the year before that, which was 1718, was $267,593.04. So if you add all those together, that's what we have available now, because we haven't really tapped into the tax from those 3 fiscal years.
So we made less in 1920 than 1819. That's very curious to me as far as, I guess I'll have to go look again and see what was approved and what was not approved, because that doesn't make sense that we walked backwards on the number of acreage that paid taxes, because it would seem to me that we have been moving forward the whole time, but I'll have to look further into that. Also, I just wanted to talk real quick about the county workforce. And I know there's no fault in the way that it's described, but the way that it's described in this document, I just want to make sure the public is aware that we're making a comparison from the original budget that was brought to us in June 20 for the 2020-2021 budget, and the difference between then and now, not the difference between last year and this year. And I think it's important to always know the difference between last year and this year as well, not just the updates on the budget itself, because we didn't really go through it with a fine-tooth comb in June in comparison to what we're doing right now. And so just wanted to make sure that people realize that that 12.5 increase is correct only for the difference between June and now. There's been more of an increase of staffing due to some of the approvals made by the board to add more and change things throughout the fiscal year between July 1st of 2020 and or 2019 and June 30th of 2020. Just wanted to make that statement. And also for the CalPERS, just a quick question, the percentages, are those both an impact to the employer as well as the employee, or are we looking at the impact solely to the employer?
For CalPERS, employer.
Does it impact the employee's paycheck at all and what they're putting in?
No.
Okay, that's important. Thank you.
And I want to go back to one of your previous questions about cannabis and the funding going down. So our tax administrator, Patrick, is reminding me that that change was heavily due to the change in billing cycle on cannabis, to where we used to pay, charge in advance, and now we charge in arrears. So there was a gap period, and fiscal year 1920 is part of that gap period.
Gotcha. Okay, I appreciate the answer.
And I have a feeling he's going to go into that more when you talk about Budget Unit 1072.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, Carol, thank you very much for that opening presentation on the budget here, and I think we're ready to continue moving forward.
Okay. No other questions at this point?
I don't see any.
Then we'll get started with our schedule. So I want to thank everybody for showing up, and department heads and staff, if you are going to leave and come back at the time of your budget, I will try to, those of you that are coming up fairly soon, please stay. But if you are a ways down the list, we will try to foresee when your time might be coming, and I'll send you a text. Pay attention to your phone for a text. So with that, Stephen, let's go ahead and get started. Let's introduce Budget Unit 6131.
Okay.
And I see that we have Carmen here, and I believe Shauna is here as well. If we can have them turn on audio and video if they have it.
Okay, first up is UCC Cooperative Extension, Budget Unit 6131, found on page E286. And the total appropriations requested for fiscal year 2021 equal $213,511, and I'll turn it over to Carmen.
Hi, good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for having us here today to present our budget to you. I am here today to represent the UC Cooperative Extension Department. We are a little unique department, and I think our department showcases the collaborative partnership between UC, which is University of California, and Lake County. Our department houses several programs for the community, most notably the 4-H Youth Development Program and also the Master Gardener Program. These are two important outreach programs for our community, and we do a lot of direct education, work with many volunteers, and also collaborate with various community partners within and across counties. We are definitely adapting to the changing times now, so using a lot of things like distance learning, and are constantly involved in efforts to ensure that we are serving our clientele. Besides that, we also work directly with others in, for example, like the agriculture industry. So our retired pomology advisor, Rachel Elkins, is currently working on a callback so she can continue to serve the clientele of farmers and growers. Our livestock and natural resources advisor, John Harper, does work on sheep research. And we also have our forestry advisor, Michael Jones, who works with various community partners related to wildland fire safety and fire recovery in Lake County. I work with the 4-H program, and I work with various partners to serve youth and families, including after-school providers and colleagues throughout California and from other states, to continue to provide the best service in youth programming and pursuing extramural funds for our program. We also recently had some retirements in our department, but we are already in the process. We have the process in place to keep them filled. We are currently just waiting on UC's processing timeline. Our office manager, Shauna, who's also present on the call, and our 4-H staff assistant helps a lot with the day-to-day operations of our office. They are basically the face of our office, and they keep it running with the support to like logistical and financial accounting operations. So with that, that is kind of a brief summary of our department and what we do. I like to think that we're small but mighty. And then our office manager, Shauna, like I say, is also present on this call to help answer any questions that the board may have. So thank you.
The one thing we should add to this one, Mr. Chair, because there is a net, there is a county general fund contribution to this budget. Like your general fund budgets, this budget has a net county cost, which is the same as it was last fiscal year. So the $213,511 is exactly the amount contributed last year by the general fund.
Okay. Supervisor Sabatier?
Thank you very much for that report, and thank you for trying to stay within the same budget that you had last year. I did have a concern, though, and I don't see that you receive specifically the revenues, so I'm guessing this just, again, goes right to our general fund, and we go ahead and fund this. Don't you provide assistance for 4-H, or does 4-H receive their funding separately?
Do you mean for the program, the 4-H program staff position?
No, for the youth animal care 4-H program, or maybe that's not the right definition of it. Or
Shauna, do you have? Because Shauna is more familiar with the budget, and she probably is more familiar with the question. So Shauna, if you're on the line. So I don't know if she's, I mean, I see her here, but she's
one thing I can weigh in on that a little bit, maybe it'll answer the question. The 4-H program itself is actually mostly voluntary. There is a position at UC Cooperative Extension that is funded through this budget, but the program itself and the uniforms are paid for by the kids and their parents, and there's actually a store there. There has been up at the Cooperative Extension office up there where people can bring in used, slightly used uniforms, and kids can come in and pick those up. So it's not the portion of it that actually directly involves the kids and their animals and their projects is not, it's not funded. There's no funding necessary other than what parents put in themselves.
Right. And that's why they get some of them.
And I guess maybe I can also explain a little bit. So like, for example, so I have 4-H responsibilities also, and then that is kind of, I guess, the UC's portion of the 4-H funding. is me. And then, like Rob said, we do have a lot of volunteers, and the funds that the county provides does help with some of the forage programming, primarily for the forage programming, and then master gardener programming as well.
Okay, and the reason I bring it up is because at our RCRC meeting about 2 or 3 months ago, the funding for that helps support 4-H, which is probably just for the staffing in the counties to provide the organizing of it, it was kind of stranded in the state. They were battling whether or not to allow the funds to come out, and I just wanted to kind of check in if those funds ever were received, because I think it's a great program, and I want to make sure that at least the coordinating of it through the UC extension is being fulfilled, and that we got those funds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there is so UC did have some budgetary problems, and there were some financial cuts, but we have processes in place to work through some of that. So for example, like we have our UC Forage Foundation, and we've been working with them. One of the things that actually we got this year was we were part of like a rural county initiative. So we were one of those, and they provide like matching funds. And so we were able to come up with the amount, and they matched that amount. So we were successful in that. And then a couple other things that we do is also we get external grants and extramural fundings to cover up for some of those cuts that were made.
Okay, well, I'm happy to hear that at this moment in time, it's where it should be. I just want to make sure that this is one of those programs that continue. So thank you very much.
So I want to add to that, because Bruno, I really appreciate that you're watching out for that, because this is not the first year that this has come up. It's always one of those things where, you know, it could be on the chopping block on tough budget years, because, you know, my suspicion is, you know, kids don't vote, so they're lower on the list than some of the other projects. It's always put back in there. But I, you know, as a, you know, somebody who's been actively involved in 4-H for decades, I hope the board continues to watch this every year and make sure that either the funding isn't taken out, or the state advocate for that, or find a way to fund it, because it benefits hundreds of kids in our county, and it would be really a disaster to pull it out of there for the benefit that we receive from it. So
I see it as our best workforce program we have in the county.
yeah, it is.
Yeah, and complete support. You know, got to experience the last couple of years, and 4-H program here in Lake County is just strong, and it is building the next leaders throughout the state, as far as I'm concerned, in our county. So, yeah, funding this program and making sure it continues should always be a focus of the Board of Supervisors for our youth, and I completely agree. Any other questions at this point, Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, we just had 2 people at Upper Lake that there was a post about them getting a diploma in being involved in 4-H. So I understand how important it is as well. I just also wanted to highlight that on your top bullet for the accomplishments in 2019 and 20, I noticed Michael Jones. We experience we have meetings with the Lake County Risk Reduction Authority, and he's usually there and provides a lot of input for us. So I just wanted to highlight how this group contributes to that committee as well. So.
Thank you. Okay, any more questions at this point for Carmen? Or all right, I think the way we're going to move forward then is we're going to go ahead and approve each budget unit as we go through them. So what I'd like to do now, if there's no more questions on this budget unit, I'm going to go ahead and open it up to the public for public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the board for action. So, Jake, I don't see any hands up on this item, but go ahead and open up the room and see if we have any public comment.
Okay, I will open up the floor here. I've sent out a unmute request. If you would like to make a comment, please state your first and last name. Okay, Jake, go ahead and close the room. I will bring it back to the chambers.
don't think we have anybody in there, but I will confirm. Thank you very much, Supervisor Sabatier. So we'll go ahead and bring it back to the board for action. So I think this is how we're going to move through the day. So we have the opportunity for public to give their input if they're here. We'll bring it back to the board. Carmen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I want to thank Carmen as well, and I move to approve Budget Unit 6131 for the UC Cooperative Extension.
Is there a second? Thank you, Supervisor Scott. Johanna, if you could do the poll vote.
Yes, Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Thank you.
Carmen, thank you much.
Yes, I wanted to extend thanks to Carmen and Shauna too. They just do a fabulous job over there. We're grateful to you. And so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you,
as we transition to the next set and give our Behavioral Health Department an opportunity to click on their video, I just wanted to note that as we introduce these budget units on their narrative forms, you'll see something a little bit different from prior years. This is a department that participated in the economic development workshops your board had. So as you will see on their department overview form, we have essentially pasted in the economic development project descriptions and needs that they communicated with you during those workshops. So you'll see that replicated for all departments that were key participants in that process, because economic development is such a high priority. So Stephen, if you would go ahead and introduce.
Okay, next up is Mental Health Budget Unit 4014, found on page E236. And it'll be presented by the department head, Todd Metcalf. The overall appropriations being requested this fiscal year are $15,370,207. All right.
Thank you, Steve. Hello, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Todd Metcalf. I'm the Director of the Behavioral Services Department. As Stephen said, our budget information is found beginning on page E326. We have 3 budget units, one for mental health, which is 4014, and then 2 other units for substance use disorder services, or as it says in your handout or in the booklet, alcohol and other drug services, 4015 and 4018. So I'd like to start with our mental health budget unit 4014 and our accomplishments this last fiscal year. As outlined in the department overview, we were able to utilize a $200,000 homeless mentally ill grant to help with construction costs at the Hope Center, the soon-to-open transitional housing facility in the city of Clear Lake. These monies were originally intended for outreach and referrals for individuals experiencing homelessness, but since we really don't or didn't have a permanent homeless facility in Lake County, I was able to convince the state that this was the best use of the funds. So I'm excited that those monies are going to a project that is going to help address housing and homelessness in our county. A couple of unanticipated expenses that hit us last year were the installation of alarm systems in our clinics in Lucerne and the city of Clear Lake. And it was long overdue. Those alarms should have been installed. When I came on board, I was kind of surprised that we didn't have an alarm system. And I don't know if many of you know or not know that we did have a couple of break-ins and some confidential breaches of information. It's all been reported to the state, but the alarm systems were in response to addressing those issues. And so those were a couple of unbudgeted items, in addition to getting the generator set up in our Clear Lake Clinic, which is great. Now we can maintain operations during a power outage, and also the roof repair and installation in our Clear Lake Clinic went a little over what we had originally anticipated. So we took a bit of a hit around those, but good news is our Clear Lake Clinic roof doesn't leak anymore. So that's a good thing. The No Place Like Home Permanent Supportive Housing Project is slowly moving forward. We applied for and were awarded a grant to supplement our existing Mental Health Services Act housing monies to construct a permanent supportive housing complex that will support our folks that are experiencing mental illness. So we received a grant. It's $558,000 in addition to the almost $1 million of Mental Health Services Act housing funds. And so we sent out a request for proposals. We had a sole bidder, Rural Community Housing Development Corporation. So they have been awarded the project. And so I'm working with the CAO's office. Thank you, Susan Parker. We're going to start working on putting together a resolution to get this project moving forward. Because it's a key component to the homeless and housing issues we're dealing with in our community. We also opened our Family Peer Support Center in Middletown. This was based upon stakeholder feedback from Mental Health Services Act meetings. And I know you guys heard our presentation yesterday around the activities and programs in MHSA. And this is a result of that the community identified a need for behavioral services to have a presence in Southlake County. And so we successfully opened, and then of course COVID-19 hit and we had to close, but we're reopened again. So it's exciting for us to be down in the south part of the county and providing mental health services as needed. We were also just recently awarded a 4-year, $2 million Early Psychosis Intervention Plus program grant. It's designed to support early identification and treatment of serious mental health conditions. As you've heard me say here and there, studies have shown that early intervention leads to much better long-term positive outcomes for individuals experiencing mental illness. And I kind of want to brag about this because we submitted this late last fiscal year and were awarded, only one of 5 counties in the state were awarded this grant. So I'm excited to get this going. And again, it's a 4-year project. So you'll probably be hearing me talk more about this as we move it forward. And we also continue to work with law enforcement to transform community response to behavioral health needs. So moving on to budget units 4015 and 4018. These are our substance use disorder services and programs. We had a successful opioid summit a couple of months ago, and I want to thank Supervisor Scott and Supervisor Simon for being active participants in that summit. It was a great success. I got a lot of positive feedback from it. There were a lot of other organizations involved, but we were honored to have both supervisors be guest speakers in the summit. And so I just kind of wanted to give you guys a shout out for that. And it was a great success. Our substance use disorder programs are currently partnering with Hope Rising to utilize the services of an AmeriCorps volunteer, a VISTA volunteer, that stands for Volunteers in Service to America, to help us navigate the state organized service delivery waiver that will allow not only our department, but our partner organizations to be able to bill for additional substance use disorder services. So we're still, I talked about this a couple of years ago. It's kind of been a moving target, this organized service delivery waiver. And, but it's time for us to get serious about it. And so this VISTA volunteer is going to help us put this together for our community. I also need to mention something about the activities of the Housing Continuum of Care, which really kind of touches both or all budget units in our department. I put in the department overview that we had received approximately $700,000 worth of grants in the last fiscal year, and my math wasn't right. We've actually received a little more than $2 million worth of grant funding through the Housing Continuum of Care for our county. Carol mentioned earlier something about the CARES Act funding. We are also hoping to receive almost $700,000 through the CARES Act that will be coming through the housing continuum of care. And once those funds are received, we'll be putting out a request for proposals to do something with that. And again, that's around housing and homelessness. So it's exciting. I also want to mention that the COC helped extend funding for the COVID-19 homeless shelter. I do want to say that the COC now has a very robust board, and we are in the process of implementing a homeless management information system. It's a database that will allow the continuum of care to apply for funds that we were never able to apply for before. Apparently, the housing continuum of care never had a system like this in place, and so we're missing out on funding opportunities that can come through the COC to the county. So I'm excited that it's going to be a huge benefit to us in order to bring more money into the county and address the housing and homelessness in our community. I'm sure I'm one of the earlier presenters, but I'm sure you're going to hear this throughout. I mean, the overarching theme here is the effect of COVID-19 on our clients and our programs and services. With that said, I can say that COVID-19 has helped us successfully transition to a more telehealth service oriented program than in-person visits. I mean, we continue to also have staff members working remotely, and it's successful. And we're coming up with some best practices around electronic form signing and processing. I also want to mention that the transition to telehealth services for our substance use disorder programs, in particular the DUI program, is a big deal because the state of California didn't allow this. When this first started, they were demanding and mandating that we provided these services in person. And now they've allowed us to provide these services via telehealth or telephone. And so there is some process improvement we're finding around the effects of COVID-19. We continue to offer in-house training in all of our programs and services to staff within the department. These trainings include topics such as motivational interviewing, suicide prevention, how to deal with the perinatal population and homelessness. Requests for training in the department have been a recurring theme ever since I've been with the department. When we do exit interviews and when folks leave the department, it's an issue that's ongoing that we really need to get serious about addressing. And this speaks to our department's workforce development plan, where we truly strive to grow our own and are working to create career path tracks for staff to move up and around the department. And you've heard me say before, I mean, we're planning to turn our department into a training ground for folks that really want that want a career in the behavioral services field. So we're continuing to work on that. As Stephen mentioned, we applied for and received a $100,000 cannabis grant. This is to establish street outreach services for unhoused individuals that may have mental health and substance use disorders. So we were excited about that. In summary, our goals and objectives for this upcoming fiscal year now, mostly in light of COVID-19, are pretty much fiscally focused, which I've been pretty much ever since I've taken on this role. You saw in yesterday's Mental Health Services Act presentation the trend of where funding is going for departments such as ours. This current fiscal year, it's kind of status quo. Next fiscal year kind of looks okay, but it really looks like things are going to bottom out in fiscal year 22-23. So, we're preparing for that. we're still continuing to deal with, recoupments from the state from past fiscal reporting. We're in the middle of an appeal right now with the state. We're on a lengthy phone call with the state on Monday. We're facing a $600,000 recoupment from the state, again, based on cost reports from the past. And in my zeal to get caught up in these cost reports, I hadn't anticipated that maybe some of these reports were erroneous. And what's difficult about this is, as we go through this, is that the staff that prepared and put these things together are no longer with the department. And so we're trying to piece things together in our justification to argue with the state to say, well, these are legitimate billable services on these reports. So good news kind of is, at least we're halfway through this latest $6,000 appeal. We've actually managed to explain away about $300,000 worth of it. So that's good, but we're still in the middle of this. And Chrissy, you're here in the meeting. I didn't know if you wanted to speak any more about that, because we did, towards the end of last fiscal year, we had a couple of other state recoupments. See, I'm thinking workforce retention, recoupments that, again, were unanticipated hits to our budget. So, Chrissy, I didn't know if you wanted to say anything about it. You don't have to. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but.
All right. So last year we had about $1 million recouped from the state due to cost report settlements and audits. And like Todd said, with our appeal that we did on Monday, we were able to get about 300 of that. On Monday, this state is, they're meeting to hopefully get the A87 allocations recouped back for us. This CMS came down and audited the state and said that they weren't directing their admin costs and indirect costs the appropriate way. So now they're coming at the counties, and all the counties have teamed up to go back at the state and tell them, this isn't fair. We've been doing it this way for 20 years. And these cost reports are from 11-12. So we were able, like you said, able to get 300,000. We're hoping to get at least another 200,000 back from them. The 12-13 cost report, they're looking at recouping another 600,000 from us. And again, with next week's meeting that the state and the counties are having, they're hoping that that will be reversed back to us as well. So as long as we keep pushing the state out and not accepting their final audit reports, they won't take that money from us until we finish our appeal process with them.
Thank you, Christy. And I'm glad you pointed out that, I mean, we're not the only county, we're not the only behavioral health department that's going through this. So it's challenging, but we're nimble and we're working around it. So of course I'll keep you apprised as we move forward through this fiscal year. As Carol articulated earlier, wages and salaries do continue to be an issue for us. As staff leaves us, for similar positions, not only in county, but out of county, that pay higher salaries than we do. I am anxious for the Classification and Compensation Committee to resume so we can address this issue, but it is, it's still a problem for us. I also still plan to convene an ad hoc committee this fiscal year to talk about, as I've said before, bringing our folks back home. I want to invite the hospitals, health and social services departments, and any other interested parties to discuss the potential for the development of a board and care, psychiatric health facility, or some kind of crisis residential facility in our county. As I said, you've heard me talk about this over and over again, but this speaks to economic development in our county, and I've run some rough figures. We spend annually almost $2 million a year in sending folks out of county because we don't have facilities and services here to serve them. And that $2 million also doesn't include the cost of travel time for staff to go visit these folks because we are mandated to do so. So I'm serious about this, and I don't expect to have a solution soon. This is probably a 3 to 5 year plan, but I want to start discussions. I have folks interested in wanting to be a part of these discussions, and so I'm going to move forward with that this year. Lastly, again, in light of COVID-19, we're finding that we really need to increase media exposure to educate the community on what it is we can and cannot do. We need to make our website more user-friendly. I mean, it's pretty good the way it is now, but it needs to be much more user-friendly and interactive because, you know, we're referring folks to online resources, and you know, I don't see this pandemic going away anytime soon, and it's definitely the direction we have to go, and somehow support our folks that need the services, but a lot of it is still going to have to be done remotely and online. And with that, you know, I do want to thank all the behavioral services staff in doing the work that they're doing. I believe we're doing a lot of good in the community, and as everyone has said, these are unprecedented times. So it's time to take a look at things differently and think outside the box, and how can we use this pandemic to our advantage. And as I mentioned earlier, we are coming up with some better or best practices out of this and streamlining some processes that weren't very streamlined before. So with that, I thank you, Board of Supervisors and the CAO staff office for allowing me to speak about this. And if there are any questions, have at it.
All right, Todd, thank you very much for the presentation. Go ahead and turn it over to the board for questions or comments at this point on this budget unit. We have any? Supervisor Scott, and then I'll go to you, Supervisor Bruno. Go ahead, Supervisor Scott.
I don't have any questions for Todd, but I just would like to thank him. I've spent a lot of time working with him on the different committees that I have, and I just appreciative of all his hard work and his staff's hard work. And mostly the COC. I don't think we realize as a county how much money has been left that we haven't been able to receive because we did not have a working COC. It has taken about 3 years to really put that together to be able to accept this money. And we're going to see some great things and some amazing projects that are going to come out of this money. It's not little money, as Todd is saying. It's millions of dollars that's going to be coming into this community to help the most vulnerable. And Todd is doing an amazing job trying to figure out what he can do with that to help. So I just want to thank Todd for all that hard work. And I was really excited to see the street outreach program. And I'm really hoping that we do approve that. And I think that's going to do great work with some of the things we were talking about yesterday with helping the police out. If we can have our street outreach go out and assist these people instead of having the police, that'll be a win-win for all of us. So just thank you, Todd, and your group of people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Scott. Supervisor Sabatier?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for that presentation, Director Metcalf. I see a lot of energy decreases and travel decreases. Are those because of COVID-19 and the utilization of technology now to do the visits with your clients and to not necessarily be in the office? Is that the case?
Absolutely. And Chrissy, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's a positive outcome from this.
Right. And I love the positives that you're actually getting more visits done with your clients, which means you have more billable bills that you can send out to the state for reimbursement, when before you would sit in an office waiting for a visit that would never come. And so now you paid for somebody for an hour's worth of work that didn't really do much for helping out a client. So I think that we have some very positive stories specifically from your department for what's been happening because of COVID-19. It's forced us to look at things differently and maybe continue them in a different way in the future. For instance, the DUI online. Who would have thought that doing something online for people who have a revoked license would be a better way to go? I mean, it just seems logical back then. For some reason, it just took us COVID-19 to finally do the right thing. So, I mean, it's things like that. I do have a question for the budget as far as you have an increase in staff. It looks like you went from 83.75 on 4014 to 85.75. This is from 1920 to 2021. But then also, and I'm seeing a decrease in your salaries, and I'm just wondering if you can explain how you went from a lower amount of staff to a higher amount, but yet your salaries on that budget went down. Was that because you were budgeting for unfunded positions? Just a question.
I think that's part of it. And Chrissy, I don't know if you can articulate that, and if you can unmute yourself. No, I guess she can't.
Well, she needs the ability. She needs the ability to unmute herself. There you go.
There you go. So these are positions that we don't plan on filling this next fiscal year. We still want to keep those positions in our budget, but with the COVID, we just plan on not filling these positions this next year.
So
and there are positions that hadn't been filled. They were unfilled, so we're just not gonna, this next fiscal year, fill those positions.
So I'm still confused because we added allocation of staff, but yet the salaries went down, and I don't.
At mid-year, we added a staff member for the COC. We added positions for the COC at mid-year, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where those positions came in from.
Okay.
But then there was like OA positions that our offices, we don't have clients coming in. We don't need to fill those positions. So we have a lot of positions that haven't been filled that we're just not going to fill.
And that segues right into my next question. What is your vacancy? It looks like you have 85.75 in 4014 and 23.5 in 4015. So that's approximately 109 total staff. What level of vacancy are we looking at for you specifically?
I can tell you that in just 1 second.
I'm not good with math. If we were fully staffed, we'd have 130 staff. So whatever that percentage difference is between 109 and 130, that's where we are. I mean, it's looking a lot better than it had. I mean, when I inherited this department, I think we were at a 35% vacancy rate. So we're doing okay. But as I mentioned before, I mean, we're still struggling with the rates of pay that just aren't.
Sorry, Todd. We're currently at, for our mental health, we're currently at 84%, and 70% for our substance abuse disorder services, 75% altogether for our whole department.
Okay.
So we're in line with everyone else.
Okay. Yeah. So you're at about 80 out of 108 or something along there.
Yeah, we have 30 vacant positions currently.
Gotcha. That's a big one right there. That's important, especially we just had a discussion yesterday about the importance of finding ways to provide those services to varying groups in the community, and 30 would make a huge difference. Let me see what my other questions were. Training. I don't see I believe when I spoke with admin last year that there's $750 per department, I believe, that's set aside for training or something along those lines. I forget what the actual amount is. I might be making that up. But I don't see anything in here for training, and yet I'm hearing you talking about training to help your staff increase their knowledge and their skill sets, and maybe even be able to move up the ladder into a new position or things of the like. I don't see that in here. Is that separate and outside of the budget, or is that something that needs to be implemented?
It falls under a budget. It falls under one of our budget codes.
In all likelihood, you would pay that out of 2380?
Yeah.
Which is your professional services?
So yeah, for it, and that does fall under our training. We have about $15,000 set aside for staff this year for training.
Okay. Okay. And just, I'm sure it's not the first time you've ever heard this, but the idea for those 30 vacancies, I know they have a very robust program over at Woodland Community College. In fact, a lot of your staff come directly from that program, especially, I don't know about the behavioral health, but definitely the SUDS program. And maybe an internship. That way you can help get more people in the door before they're done and able to get the full job, and maybe that can help with some of those 30. And also just wanted to check in because of the recoupment, because the recoupment is really hurting my heart right now, because that just makes things that much more difficult for you. Are you currently meeting all of your requirements for state reporting? I know you've been behind and you've been slowly trying to catch up. Are you up to date, or are you still getting there?
We currently just uploaded 16-17 cost report, and 18-19's due, and they're currently working on 18-19. Our substance abuse program is current. They've been current. It's just our mental health side. So we are still in the process of catching up there.
Are you 1 year behind? Are you 2 years behind? Or are you closer?
Currently, we're 1 year behind.
Okay. Okay. Which is better than what it was.
The state is still working on 12-13.
Okay.
Yeah, they're way behind.
The state further behind than we are.
But as you know, if they're behind, nobody holds them accountable. But if we're behind, they make us pay for it.
Right.
It's unfortunate, but that's just the way it goes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that question, Bruno. And, one of the things, obviously, I'd just like to talk about, just really give you, praise on in your department since you've taken over, Todd, is the catching up on the reporting and everything that's happened. And I know when I first came on board and was appointed on the mental health board, and talking with you on what the task that you had with the catching up with the reporting is just some great work for all your departments, some of the changes you've made to do that. But I want to thank all your staff and everybody, because when I came on board, I know you were talking about 11, 12, 13, 14. There was a lot of stuff that needed to be done. So just want to definitely give you guys the credit for working through that. It's not complete yet, and I know you'll work until that's done. But it's just very important because, as you said, Bruno, anything that they can recoup from us obviously hurts us on the services we provide in the county, and it's just so important. So ultimately, good job. Keep up the great work. And I just want to talk about that, from my point of view, that the hard work's been done, and we're making some great progress. So thank you and all the staff for everything that you guys do. And that, that's the most important part, that fiscal part, being responsible there so we can serve our clients in the county. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Simon. And I'm glad you mentioned something about the mental health board, because that's finally coming together. As I mentioned before, our COC board is very robust, and we're getting some great folks on the mental health board. There's finally some new life being pumped into that group. And so I actually, we have a meeting that's tomorrow, Thursday. And I'm very excited about the direction that board is going as well. I'm hoping to get them on a board of supervisors agenda so they can present the work that they're planning to do. So that's finally, that's one of the final pieces to this puzzle in my department that I've struggled in putting that group together. But I'm happy with the folks that are on that board now. I believe there's another application that'll be coming your way, and finally we will have a quorum that we can finally start moving this thing forward. So I am excited about that as well.
Excellent. Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, Director Metcalf, I just wanted to state that, yes, one thing I appreciate is that you're always, whenever I discuss with you things, you're always looking for ways to improve. And I appreciate that, because we could always be good or doing great things, but there's always room for improvement. I appreciate you making those statements and always trying to live up to that. And I just wanted to state that when you form that ad hoc committee you were talking about, I'd like to be a part of those meetings if at all possible.
Be careful what you wish for, but I'll put your name on the list.
Thank you.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, actually, thank you very much. One last comment I forgot to make, and Supervisor Crandall kind of hit it right there. Love the creation of that ad hoc committee. Any money that we can keep local and any community members we can keep here local is all a win-win for us, and absolutely let's get that going.
Thank you. It's time to have some serious discussions about it.
Indeed.
Okay, any more questions? Supervisor Brown, I don't know if you had any. Okay, so seeing no more questions at this point from.
I've got
there you
nothing.
go,
I just,
Supervisor Brown.
yeah, I just want to, we're going to have that discussion later, or hopefully
Yeah.
we will, about the jail and that type of thing, but that's not really a budget item, so thank you.
Okay. All right. With that, we're going to go ahead and open it up to the public for public comment. Jake, if you could open the room. I don't see any hands up from any participants, so.
Yes, I will unmute the Zoom floor here. I've sent an unmute request out to the floor. If you would like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
If you have any public on, if you'd like to make comment at this point, time is now to do that. Okay, hearing none, Jake, go ahead and close the room back up, and no one has come into the chambers at this point. I don't think. Supervisor Sabatier, same. Okay, excellent. We'll go ahead and bring it back to the board for action on this budget unit.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve budget units 4014, mental health, 4015, alcohol and other drug services, and 4018, alcoholism program services.
Second.
All right, Joanna, there is a motion and a second. If you could please do the roll call vote.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Yes.
Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Thank you.
Todd and Christy, thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now moving on to Child Support Services, Director Gail Woodworth will present budget unit 2112 found on page E92. And you can find the appropriation summary at the bottom right of that page.
Welcome, Gail.
Good morning to all. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right.
Nice
I'm
to
Gail
see you.
Woodworth. I'm the director here at Child Support Services. First thing I do want to do is talk about some accomplishments that we have done this past year that have really assisted us going into the whole COVID event. The first one was our streamlining of our incoming mail. For about 95% of our mail, we image it and task our workers. So the mail isn't moving from hand to hand, and it's really worked out really well. And it helped us be ready for teleworking. And the other thing that we did, we really looked at our workflow of our review and adjustment of current child support orders so that we could get those modified in a quicker fashion. And again, that really came in handy as we went to teleworking and all the issues that have come up with COVID-19. As a state and federal funded department, we've been directly affected by the state's impact of COVID-19. In this budget, you're going to see that the state reduced our funding by about 14%. It's over $300,000. We anticipated some reductions starting in 21-22 because of the state's new budget allocation methodology, but we didn't anticipate any cuts in this current fiscal year. And so, a cut of $56 million to local child support agencies was really a big hit. And it was really interesting because child support was one of the few, if not the only, safety net programs that was cut by the state. In the state's new budget allocation methodology that was completed earlier this year, we knew that over 5 years, we would have cuts to our program but we had already, left positions unfilled and looking in the future to retirements and just natural attrition. We felt that we were going to be able to handle those cuts without having to lay anyone off. And unfortunately, this year, we did eliminate 5 positions in our budget, but none of those were filled. So that worked out very well. Our biggest concern for this coming year, or this year we're in, is catching up on our court cases. We were really fortunate that our court began refiling our documents and having court much quicker than the majority of counties in the state. So we were only shut down for about 2 months. And so some are still having very little done. So I'm really thankful to our Superior Court for getting us going on Zoom court. But we do have a problem that because of COVID and the unemployment issues, our modifications have increased greatly. And we are now scheduling those cases out into January, which normally we wouldn't be further out at this point in time, November. So those modifications really are our biggest problem that we're dealing with right now. And I think though with those changes that we made last year, it's really helping us along. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gail. Okay, from board members, do we have any questions for Gail at this time? Supervisor Sabatier?
Thank you for your presentation. I am saddened to see that you eliminated 5 unfilled positions. Granted, they were unfilled, or else that would be a much more sad situation. But still saddened that that's what happened because of the cutbacks from the state. My question for you is the department collected, you wrote here on your department overview, collected $4.7 million in child support, of which $3.6 million went out to custodial parents. Where does the leftover go? Does that roll over for you specifically? Does that go somewhere else?
No, that's to reimburse the state, the federal, and the county for their welfare costs. Because it's actually recoupment of welfare expenditures.
Okay. So it does have a very allocated situation of where that money can go once you receive it.
Right.
Okay. Thank you very much. Everything else looks good to me. And again, I wish we didn't have to cut anything, but luckily you were able to without any major changes. But hopefully it doesn't continue for far too long.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And I know that CSAC and other things, that's where we'll make our voices heard, obviously, to help push that in the other direction. So I know we have our supervisors that are on those boards. If there's anything that needs to be communicated from any of the agencies, please do that with our Board of Supervisor reps. And we'll continue to fight and push. And hopefully it will not continue in that direction here for an extended time. So, Gail, thank you very much for your report. Any other board members at this point have any questions on this budget item or for Gail?
Thank you, Gail, for your report.
Okay, hearing none, we're going to go ahead and open it up for for public comment. Jake, I don't see, we'll probably have a theme of this today, but Jake, go ahead and open up the room, please.
All right, I'll open up the Zoom floor here. I've sent out an unmute request to the floor. If you would like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, go ahead and close the room up and we'll bring it back.
All right.
Instead of asking every time too, Supervisor Sabatier, I'll just wait until you let me know if someone comes into the boardroom. So we'll just go ahead and at this time, close public comment and bring it back to the board for action on this budget unit.
I will definitely let you know. Mr. Chair, I move to approve Budget Unit 2112 for Judicial Child Support Services.
Second.
Motion and a second. Johanna, if you could please do the roll call.
Yeah, Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gail.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gail.
Thanks.
So now Public Services Director Lars Ewing will present the Buildings and Grounds, Integrated Waste Management, Parks Improvement, Quimby, Museums, and Museum Improvement Fund budget units, starting on page E40, and you can find the total appropriations at the bottom right of each page.
Good morning.
Okay. Good morning. And after we're done with this budget unit, we will take a 5-minute break, comfort break for everyone. So Lars, go ahead.
Okay. Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. I appreciate the time here. Make sure that I'm showing up on camera and audio.
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, you are.
Okay, so the way I want to present this, I have the 6 budget units. I'm going to go through all of them as you please. You can approve them at the end or individually. But generally, they're grouped in 4 areas. First is buildings and grounds, facilities maintenance. Next would be integrated waste management or solid waste in the landfill. Next up would be parks and recreation. That also includes the Quimby budget unit. And then lastly is museums, which includes 2 budget units, one for museum operations and the other for museum improvements. Across the board for the department, staff-wise, which what you're going to see with each budget unit, I kind of group them into 3 or 4 categories: staffing, revenue, services and supplies, and capital assets. And then I'm going to touch on some of the highlights within each one. Try not to go into too much detail, but I think the highlights of this budget year. Across the board within public services, vacancies is a very common theme that's discussed. I'm very happy with our vacancy rate, I think is a simple way to put it. Most of the vacancies that we have right now we anticipate to fill them if we, at the end of the budget, when it's approved, we will have vacancies because of new positions. But of the 39 positions that we have, permanent full-time positions, of those 39, we only have 2 that we're, I would even say, having trouble filling, and I think that's even an extreme. They've been vacant for a few months, and we've had maybe 1 failed recruitment. So I'm very pleased about that. So diving into facilities maintenance, which is on page E40 of the budget book, buildings and grounds. Staffing wise, we have 7 permanent staff there. 2 of those are actually new allocations. 1 new facilities maintenance worker and technician, and then a new position of a janitorial supervisor. Up until now, all the janitorial work has been done by extra help. And overseen by the facilities maintenance superintendent. So we're establishing 1 janitorial supervisor to help with the supervision of those staff. The goal there is really to reduce reliance on extra help for steady state operations, and that's something that is a common theme across the board with all of my budget units. Revenue-wise, we just as an FYI, we receive about $250,000 in facilities leases, ranges from telecommunications on the courthouse roof and Guard Street. We also receive about the same amount of money, anticipate this year from the courts for the courthouse roof, their cost share of that project. So primarily, facilities maintenance is reliant upon the general fund. Some highlights in services and supplies, which is a little over $1 million. It's generally for plant operations and maintenance. There is a slight increase in enhanced cleaning, which I only highlight that because of COVID. So additional supplies is really what that boils down to. This year, which I'm focusing on the upcoming budget year. I'm not going to go back in time too much here, but one of the highlights that we had of last year was facilities maintenance staff really stepping up and helping get the facilities ready for our response to the pandemic. Also, we will be replacing two new trucks that are currently department owned, and we will anticipate getting the 2 new vehicles into the central garage fleet, which does. There's a slight increase in our cost not to maintain those, but to pay for those. but there's a benefit in having it in the central garage fleet, in that it's maintained by Central Garage, and it also includes a replacement fund, so to speak. So we're not left at the end of a vehicle's life with no way to pay for a replacement. So moving on to capital assets, a few of the highlights there: facilities life cycle management program is a carryover, and I think that's a common theme with that and a capital improvement plan. A number of the board members and I have discussed that's something that needs to move forward along with the energy efficiency program, and we have some momentum with that. But funding is there for at least the facilities lifecycle management program. A few other projects specific: courthouse museum elevator repair and modernization, and schoolhouse museum electrical upgrade and HVAC upgrade. There are a lot of other facilities capital improvement projects that are in other budget units, which we'll address when those come up. A few of the highlights, like I said, I think the main thing to hit here is to focus staff's time and our money on preventive maintenance, not necessarily kind of want projects, remodels, or certainly reactionary. There is absolutely a reactivity associated with an aging infrastructure, but if we can get out in front and do preventive maintenance, that's always the goal. So moving on to, if we can now, moving on to integrated waste management. That budget unit, staffing wise, it houses not only the landfill staff, but it's also the location of the administrative staff for the department. So office wise, we have 6 permanent staff for the entirety of the department. That's actually a reduction from 7 from the previous year. The reason for that is proposed combination or elimination, I should say, of 2 existing office positions and the establishment of a new project management and operations position. And at the landfill itself, we have 9 permanent staff, as well as 1 full-time term position. That is, we are still keeping that through next year. This fiscal year. The intent of that is to help with fire debris. We are still waiting on fire debris from the 2018 fires that CalRecycle is managing, and then we have a few from the current fires. So that we are keeping that limited term position. Revenue-wise, we generate about $2.6 million in landfill disposal fees. That on average is based on about 45,000 tons of debris that comes into the landfill. That is separate from any fire debris, certainly, which has assisted. I'll get to that a little bit later. But we also receive money from franchise fees with the waste haulers, and the remainder of our revenue comes from interest generated from reserve funds, CalRecycle grants, and other miscellaneous revenue sources. Services and supplies is 1.7 million, round figures. Generally, that's for ongoing landfill operations, not your capital improvement projects or anything of that nature. But speaking of capital projects, there are a number of them that are on the horizon, and in the planning and design phases now. The elephant in the room there is the landfill expansion project. We have completed CEQA with that, and we are currently in the what I'd call the permit application and the joint technical document phase. That's basically the Bible that drives the operation of the landfill. So that project is on schedule. And funding wise, we do have funding in reserves. That's actually shown in section D of the budget book. So we are on track to fund that project. Largely, as I indicated, because of the fire debris, it's very dense, and we brought in a good amount of money, a good amount of debris, which really allowed us to fund this project. Had that not happened, it would have been a challenge to fund this. Other projects that we have on the horizon, landfill gas system expansion to meet mandated groundwater quality measures that the State Water Board has placed upon us. We currently have a cleanup, or under a cleanup and abatement order with the water board for compounds in the water at the just groundwater. We have submitted and are working with the water board, so the work plan is submitted into them. Basically, what that's going to boil down to is drilling additional vapor extraction wells and an additional infill extraction wells that will be in the actual the landfill itself, not just on the perimeter to monitor. So that will extract the compounds out of, the intent is to extract the compounds out of the groundwater by removing gas. So additionally, we're working on some groundwater separation work that's separate from the cleanup and abatement order, as well as work on the leachate. So some other projects there. Lastly, one piece of equipment that we will be purchasing is a daily cover, a tarp application system, and an additional vehicle. It's a tool cat for our work at the landfill. Quickly touching on reserves, I touched on the expansion funds. We do have reserves in place for requirements that we have, both from the state and our own kind of good measures to ensure that we can fund future issues. The ones that are required by the state, we have a closure and post-closure fund for if or when the landfill is closed, or the state requires funding to be in place to fund both physically closing the landfill, capping it, and then doing long-term post-closure maintenance. Similarly, we're required to have a certain amount of money in for unanticipated events, unanticipated corrective action, or the corrective action for those unanticipated events. Additionally, last things that we have in reserves, we have some funding in for Davis Street, City of Clear Lakes Street, which we set aside funding for that. Our portion of paying for that. We're also establishing a reserve fund for landfill gas system and water quality improvements, similar to what I mentioned earlier, and also equipment and environmental liability, which is a state requirement. So moving on to parks and trails. And parks and recreation, I like to add the term trails just to highlight that. There's two budget units there. That's on page E289. Budget unit 7011 and 7073. 7011 is essentially the Parks and Recreation Operations Fund. 7073 are development funds that come in for park improvement from subdivisions and parcel maps that trigger payment into that. Staffing wise, we have 10 permanent staff. And on average, we have about 6 throughout the year, about 6 seasonal extra help staff. Revenue, largely general fund. Geothermal does play a large part, as Stephen mentioned during his presentation. We also have funds from Mount Konocti telecommunication leases on Buckingham Peak. And services supplies wise, nothing really significant to touch on here. There is a slight increase due to enhanced cleaning and similar to buildings and grounds to replacement vehicles. And so there's an increase in our vehicle costs there. Capital projects, we do have a variety of them, and I just want to touch on those. Funding for these comes from a variety of sources. Generally our net county cost and our revenue, but also from specifically from Quimby. We're tapping into that, and also a specific object code for pathways. So a few of the projects there, Lucerne Harbor lights would be adding lights to the parking lot. Continued work on Mount Konocti phase 2 as we can get some momentum going there to increase what was the long-term vision for that park. Upper Lake basketball court, we have unfortunately we did not for Upper Lake for I'm sorry, I'm confusing that with Hammond, my fault. Upper Lake Community Park, a basketball court there. But to talk about a few grants that we did not receive, unfortunately, through the state, we have plans, and public has stated what they want to see at certain parks for which we prepared some improvement plans for. And since we did not receive the grants, we're going to try to take away at some of the work or some of the amenities that are proposed for those parks with our staff and with our ongoing funding. One of those is Trailside Park. Try to do some trail improvements and also a well installation project that's actually in partnership with Caltrans and Lake County RCD. And similarly, fitness courts at Hammond and Kelseyville. Lastly, Rodman Park on Rodman Slough, work on a dog park improvement, or actually the establishment of a dog park, as well as some parking lot improvements there. So I think the main highlight is that there are a good number of projects that you'll see. They aren't new parks. We're trying to improve the parks that staff does a fantastic job, in my opinion, of maintaining and beautifying those. And so trying to identify ways that we can continue what has progressed to be some beautiful parks. So lastly, stepping on to museums, two budget units there. One for similar to parks. There's one for museum operations, and there's one that is established, the Museum Improvement Fund. That's generally a repository for donations. These are on page E295 of the budget book, budget unit 7201 and 7202. Staffing, we have one permanent curator up until now, till this budget year. That was it. That was the only permanent staff. We are including and restoring, I should say, a 3/4 time permanent assistant curator, and I really appreciate the support there. Presuming the board is in support of it. That having three museums around a geographically separated area is a challenge with one curator. So having that 3/4 time permanent curator will be a huge boost. Aside from those two, well, 1 3/4 staff, it's extra help that bears the brunt of the work. And I'd be remiss if I didn't touch on the many volunteers and the nonprofits that are a huge boon and have an interest in the museums. Revenue-wise, we do bring in, we're estimating to bring in about 10,000. That's from donations largely. Services and supplies, not much different there, though there are a couple of potential projects that I wanted to touch on. One is the Courthouse Museum Pomo sculpture, the Lake Pomo family sculpture. We have received $35,000 or so in donations to date. We have a grant submitted into the National Endowment for the Arts. Unfortunately, we're waiting until April to receive notification for that. But we have built up a good donations for that. So I appreciate that from the public, the tribes. It's been good to see that continuing. One other project, well, I should say grant that we applied for. It's not in the budget, but there is a virtual museum grant application to the federal through a federal grant program. We're anticipating an October notice of that. So if we get it, it would essentially increase drastically the online presence of the museum and allow a kind of a virtual museum visit. This was I credit the curator for the county clerk. He's just taken this and running with it, and it was already envisioned prior to COVID, and so it just aligned very well with that. There are a few facility improvements that are going on that are not in this budget unit, but I mentioned them previously, and that is the Courthouse Museum elevator and the Schoolhouse Museum in Lower Lake. An electrical upgrade going from single phase to 3-phase, which will assist with HVAC upgrades and also a potential future elevator project that would require a 3-phase power. So with that, I will wrap it up with those 6 budget units, and happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Okay, board, any questions for Lars and the 6 budget units that he just presented?
Yes,
We just spent time together yesterday. So Supervisor Sabatier.
I was just waiting for someone else to speak first before I did. Thank you very much for that presentation. I do have a few questions. You said you had 7 full-time for building and maintenance, but when I look at the budget book, it says 8. I just wanted to clarify and check in to...
To that, as other questions, I'll dig into that right now, and we can come back to that if you'd like.
Okay. And then I was looking at the parks. Love the fact that we have 27 county parks throughout, and I have some concerns on having only 11 staff, and mainly it's because I know you use extra help for some of those staff. Am I correct on that?
That is correct.
And so at this moment in time, you said that you were pretty much, you weren't dealing too much with any vacancies, and you felt pretty good about the standing of your staffing at this moment in time. I just know that extra help is not necessarily a long-term fix, it's a short-term fix, and wondering what the extra costs would be to turn some of those extra help into permanent in comparison to what we're seeing on your salaries.
Well, I appreciate you bringing that up, and I certainly won't disagree that more staff would help. No department head is going to disagree with that. Within other budget units in my department, we did change some extra help positions into permanent. I mentioned them within buildings and grounds. What we tried to do was identify in the economic environment we're in. We tried to identify the heaviest hitting positions that are most in need of changing from extra help to permanent, largely for those positions that are ongoing and recurring throughout the year and are not based on a project need, a time constrained need. So those positions were largely the janitorial supervisor and a facilities maintenance technician in buildings and grounds. That's not to say that the parks are not ongoing. However, we ramp up and down as the season ebbs and flows. And some of those, for example, even the pools, we have a lifeguard and that comes on board. So not every position within parks lends itself well to being permanent. But it is something that is on my mind. Aside from the fact of having permanent, there's some other rationale that I think it would serve well to have them permanent. But it's not something for this budget unit that we've attacked within parks, but it is something that we want to do over a 3 to 5 year period.
All right, and I'm just, in not asking for an answer, I'm always curious about what the difference would be between the permanent versus the extra help. I know it doesn't typically come with any benefits or anything like that, and so obviously that's a definite added cost to it. But the permanency, I think, helps us to predict what the future will look like, and right now it's a very unpredictable environment depending on what's the unemployment rate out there, what kind of stimulus do we have that's currently active that's keeping people away from wanting to take on the extra help, so on and so forth. So I just think that's an important part, because as I read that there's only 11 staff for 27 parks, that ratio, that's a rough ratio.
Yeah, and I again certainly don't disagree, and I appreciate that, but I will. The fact that the parks are in good shape, the fact that they are maintaining them, I wouldn't want to add more staff simply because 11 doesn't seem like enough. And I'm sure my park superintendent would be shooting me right now if you heard me saying that we don't need more staff. It's not what I'm saying. We could do better with more staff, but it's not where right now I would see a dire need to either change those extra help into permanent or simply add additional permanent positions.
Right. Just real quick, you said you were, there's a line item for the city of Clear Lake for the, I believe it's 70% that you're supposed to take care of for Davis and Moss for the road that leads to the landfill. I forget if it's 30 or 70. I always forget who's supposed to have which number. That's for future resurfacing, because you already paid for the one that occurred last year, correct?
We did pay for the one. Yeah, we're talking in 4121. Yes, it is about 70%. That's the MOU that is established. It pays for both recurring maintenance, where the city of Clear Lake would actually bill us for.
We lost your volume all of a sudden, Lars.
I'm not sure.
There you go.
Okay. All right. I'm back. So it's both. It is both maintenance and improvement projects. And what we're trying to do is, in anticipation of not a significant project in the near future, because the city of Clear Lake just did a pretty big one. Then that would be something that in the maybe it's 10 years down the road, we would expect something from the city of Clear Lake. So we build that up. It is in the budget as in 985, Fund 985 within Budget Unit 4121.
Okay, and I appreciate that for the clarification. And then the last one, I'm guessing that's supposed to go to administration, not to you, but I know that I was hanging out with Supervisor Crandall one day when discussing the National Monument and over at Lucerne Harbor. There's still some empty, I don't want to say shops, I guess shops, commercial areas that are on our park. Is that through you or is that through administration?
It is through admin. Okay. For the call it the managing of the occupancy there. We help within the confines of the facilities maintenance, kind of as the custodians.
So you're referring to the Lucerne Harbor cottages?
Yes.
Yes. We oversee the rental of those units.
Okay, then I'll bring it up during the admin budget unit.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your presentation and the answers. Okay, just to come back to the positions, I may just had incorrect numbers in the presentation. Looking at our salaries, at our Form 4 within the budget, we do have. I have one facilities maintenance superintendent, one lead worker. This is in budget unit 1671, and then we have 4 current facilities maintenance technicians, one new allocation for a total of 5, plus a janitorial supervisor, which is a new request. So it is in fact 8. You are correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Supervisor Crandall.
Yes, Lars, thank you for that overview of your different budget units and whatnot. I wanted to just, I remember the application for, I think it was the Hammond Park. Is that because you mentioned basketball courts, and I know at Hammond Park they talked about that, or are you talking about, because you said Upper Lake Park as well? Is that actually the Upper Lake Park's looking into doing or is it Hammond Park you're meant?
It is Upper Lake Park that we had envisioned. At this point, we have not, certainly broken ground. I mean, it's nothing that is set in stone, but the intent would be for Upper Lake, the community there to have a basketball court.
Nice. Okay, yeah, because I just didn't want to confuse the two. And thank you for mentioning the POMO statue. It is a grant, and they will be applying again for that. I had a question about, because this will kind of bleed into the Lucerne Harbor situation, but the question I really have is about the actual pier itself. Does that filled into your Parks and Recreation? Would that repairs of that actual pier, would that fall into that, or is that going to be implemented into the actual $350,000 for the Lucerne Harbor project?
Yeah, so that would the responsibility for that pier is certainly public services, and the Lucerne Harbor dredging project is not envisioned to do any repairs there, dependent upon the cost. It could certainly be something that we would or could roll into that project, though based on estimates that we have, I don't envision that there's going to be any surplus money. And since we're talking about that project, it is in a different budget unit, so I didn't touch on too much of the funding. It's in 1781 or 1778, one of those two budget units. And we did include, we submitted a CAM grant for that, so we're hopeful to receive funding for that project through the cannabis grant.
Thank you, Lars. Because I know, about last month or so, we discussed how the pier had some issues, and you were already reacting to it. I didn't know if that was a separate unit because it is an existing, pier issue or something like that.
Yeah, if I recall, it's a relatively minor issue, but they did, staff did a kind of a short-term repair, and there is a long-term fix. It's not, as I understood it, it wasn't the pier itself. We're not talking about wave action that's deteriorating the pier. I think it was a handrail of something.
Right.
I'll follow up with that.
Thank you, Lars. I appreciate that. So that's really all I have. Actually, I did want to add that, with Bruno had brought up the 11 workers and then the 27 parks and then the potential for the John T. Klaus. I'm sure that will pay for itself if we decide to accept that, but that would enhance another park for you to take under your wing. So.
Yeah, and I certainly don't want to jump the gun there with that, with that potential park, but I agree with you 100%. The hope is that it can be a kind of self-sustaining park. That might be looking through rose-colored glasses a little bit, but I don't want to rely any further. If we take on a new park, I don't want to rely any more on general fund dollars.
All right, thank you. Yeah.
Excellent. Lars, thank you for your presentation. Hey, Supervisor Scott, go ahead.
I don't really have any questions for Lars, but just want to thank him for all the hard work and his team for our parks. They are amazing. It's a great introduction when you drive into Lake County and you see those parks on the North Shore, and you always see people in them using the park. So it's exciting to see. And I'm really hoping we get the virtual museum grant, because I know that the museums have really been hurting, and the nonprofits trying to bring money into those. So I'm hoping maybe they'll be able to use those to bring some more donated money into those needed facilities. So just thank you.
Right. Thank
And,
you.
one thing I know since I've come on the board, we've talked multiple times about, I want to thank you for, doing what you can at the Lower Lake Museum there. The upgrades in the electrical, like you said, may help down the road for, the elevator situation that we've had ongoing. So it is long-term planning, but, thank you very much for always keeping that in mind as you move through it in your process each year with the budget. So Lars, it's always a pleasure working with you. And I know Bruno touched on it. We have a lot of square footage that your department is responsible for and does a great job taking care of that. And, thank you for your presentation today.
Well, thank you. If I could add just one final piece here, and that is we're talking about the square footage, and it was focused on parks staff. Facilities maintenance staff is as limited, if not more so, than parks when it comes to that. About 500,000 square feet of facilities geographically spread around the county, where you can't take a beeline and go from here to the other side of the county. It takes a while to get there. And so on average, it works out to, I think last I ran the figures, it was, we were at about 100,000 square foot per FTE. Bringing in some additional positions brings us down to, I'm hazarding a guess that maybe we're at 75,000 square foot per FTE, somewhere in there. Industry standard is about 50,000. So for time, we were about, doing twice the work of what the industry standard is. We're cutting away at that, and it's helpful. The other part that helps is focusing staff's time on preventive maintenance and work that we know needs to be done. And other departments, there are projects that we need, and that's completely understandable on remodels and, moving walls and windows and such. But if we can focus our time on maintaining the existing inventory, that's where we want to focus. So I won't belabor your time anymore, but I appreciate it.
Thank you, Lars. Okay, if there are no more questions from the board, we're going to go ahead and open this up to public comment. Jake, if you could open the room, please.
Yes, I will unmute the Zoom floor here. I have sent out a unmute request to the room. If you'd like to make a comment, please state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, go ahead and close the room and bring it back to the board for action on this budget unit.
Mr. Chair, I motion to approve budget units 1671, 4121, 7011, 7201, 7202, and 7073.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Scott. Go ahead and do the roll call, Johanna.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown. Is he here still?
He's
I
here
thought he
by
left.
telephone. Supervisor
Okay.
Brown, do you have audio? Jake, you'll see him, he's just by telephone. Can you make him a co-host so he can unmute himself, or?
I can assign him co-host on the phone, but I did send him a mute request, and with that, there is dialogue on how to unmute the phone.
Okay. So we'll give him a
Okay.
moment. He was coming back into the room a minute ago, so he may have been dropped and needed to re-enter. There he is.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, yep.
I hear you.
So
I heard him on my phone.
roll call.
Yeah, go ahead. Yes, I said yes.
Okay, and then
Thank you, Rob.
Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Thank you.
I had to go from my iPad to my phone because my iPad needed a comfort break.
Well, we're about to all take one of those. All right, Lars, thank you very much.
Thank you. And now that those are approved, I'm sorry to talk over you. Just now that those are approved, I wanted to say thank you to Katie Galvani, the Finance and Admin Deputy Director for the department. This is her work, and she does this so well among many other things for the county. So I just wanted to express my thanks to her. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, you may have noticed while Lars was presenting that we posted a little screen there to advise the public who is currently presenting. So we're going to do that with each group of budgets as we go through them. We thought that might be helpful to the public who may be coming and going into the Zoom room to have a clear sense of who's speaking and what they're speaking about.
Okay. Yeah, looks good. Thank you very much, Lars.
Thank you.
Hit all of them, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay, we will take, we're going to take a 5-minute break here, a 5-minute comfort break. It's 11:22, so we'll come back at, well, let's just come back at 11:30. Come back at 11:30. Take an 8-minute break here. Excellent. So we have everybody coming back. We're going to go ahead and reconvene our budget hearings here at 11:30. And we're going to go ahead and just continue on with our calendar today. Welcome, Scott.
And
Morning.
so Stephen Carter will introduce Scott, and we're going to do his budgets in groups. So go ahead, Stephen.
Okay, so now is Public Works Director Scott DeLeon going to present Public Works Administration, Engineering and Inspection, Road, Subdivision Development Improvement Funds, Lamson Airport, Lamson Field Capital Projects, CSA number 3 Twin Lakes, CSA number 23 Road Benefit Zones, and the ISF's Central Garage, Heavy Equipment Restricted, Heavy Equipment Replacement, and Fleet Maintenance. And they start on page E65, and you can find the overall appropriations in the bottom right of the pages. Turn it over to Scott.
Great. Good morning. Appreciate the opportunity. As you've noted here, I got a number of budget units to discuss with you, and there are a couple more groups that I'll get to. So I'm going to actually be relatively brief and just be as prepared as I can be to answer any of your questions. I want to just hit on a couple of big highlights. As Stephen indicated this morning in his opening remarks, the first budget that you're looking at, 1903, Public Works Administration had a pretty large increase over last year. And the reason for that is we've, in the combining of the departments, we've moved all of the administrative staff into DPW admin. We've added both a secretary and an accountant from CDD and Water Resources. In addition, as part of our reorganization, I've created a deputy director of Public Works Administration, a Public Works analyst, and added an accounting technician we needed an additional position to handle the increased workload and also to provide succession planning. We needed an entry-level accounting tech. The revenue for this budget unit is obtained through the various budget units that utilize their services. And we go through a fairly complicated analysis looking at each of the budget units that will be utilizing the services and coming up with a contribution that is equitable and fair from each of the budget units. That's pretty thorough, but general overview of 1903. You know, with all the budget units that we talked about, again, I'll just kind of hit some of the highlights. The road department is struggling. We're doing the best we can with the funding that we're getting. We saw a little bit of a reduction as a result of decrease in fuel sales across the state. It wasn't as bad as we thought it was going to be, thankfully, but it was a reduction nonetheless. We've done some things with each of the road yards. We've put in $100,000 of asphalt mix allotment to each of the road yards, which is something we haven't done in a number of years. So each of the road yards will have a pretty sizable asphalt allotment. Frankly, we're kind of just banking money right now. The projects that we have are large projects. Our road network is frankly, it's fallen apart. The candidates for some of the preventative maintenance projects that we normally do, chip seals and other types of seal projects, we're having fewer and fewer roads that are candidates for that due to their deterioration. And as a result, our projects are becoming a lot more expensive because they're basically reconstruction projects. We do intend to utilize some of the newer technologies. A lot of recycling is being planned, but we're having to kind of put some money aside in order to be able to do some sizable projects. A project I'd like to, or a budget unit I'd like to jump down to and perhaps highlight is our Lamson field budgets, 3122 and 3123, and just note the accomplishment. Frankly, for last year, we got our pavement preservation project, which was over $1 million project. We got that completed this year. We had to put that project off last year as a result of the closure of the airport from the Mendocino complex fire. And the other notable accomplishment was the development of the pilot's lounge. That could not have been completed without the contribution from your board and the general fund, along with cooperation of our local chamber of commerce and the private property owner that agreed to lease us the building. It is a very popular addition. It gets a lot of use, and it's a fantastic facility. It turned out great, and we're really excited about it, as well as our aviation community. It has a very nice restroom, which was certainly an upgrade from the blue room that we had been providing for years. So we're very excited about that. If you have any specific questions about some of the budget units in Public Works, I'd be happy to try to answer them. Central Garage, you know, there was, I came to your board several months ago, and there was some direction to look into a lease program, and we are in the process of doing that. We have a couple of leased vehicles in the fleet right now, and we'll be coming to your board here shortly with kind of an expansion of that. And so we're continuing to work towards that, and with the goal of bringing the costs of transportation, bringing those costs down for departments. And so that's kind of an ongoing test. I'm planning on doing the trial for at least a year, perhaps two, to see what it really costs us to provide those services and provide those vehicles through the lease. And then I think we'll really be able to know if it's going to be a good program or not. So be happy to try to answer any questions regarding Public Works. We're excited about the opportunity here with the combining of the different departments, and we'll certainly get into that as we get into some of these other budget units here in the next cluster or the next group. But DPW admin is looking forward to the challenge of administering fiscal and other accounting services for the various budgets.
Okay, Scott, thank you very much. Supervisor Sabatier.
No, there we go. I wanted to thank Director De Leon. I know that his departments, for no bad reason, just stood out to me and had a lot of red flags, and that was mainly explained in the movement of peoples around in the department. I know that there's two parts to this, and granted, I don't know how to not incorporate other budgets that we'll be speaking on later about this, but roads are probably our number one problem that ever comes to us as far as what needs to be resolved in our communities. This is not unique to the county. This is also for the city of Lakeport, for the city of Clear Lake, and granted, it's a California-wide issue. But we are not doing good in our PCI, and we've heard loud and clear from Director De Leon that if we keep going at the pace that we're going, we will be at 50 maybe in 10 years or something like that. And that's just not good enough. And so that's one of those budgets where I would love to see, and the deterioration of the roads has a lot to do with our some of our environmental issues that we have, which includes our lake. The erosion, if it breaks down too much and it becomes dirt, this is definitely a huge issue in the city of Clear Lake, which is good to see that they're making some good strides in fixing their roads. I want to see the county in the same situation. We have an opportunity, and it might even be a short-term opportunity, but we have an opportunity coming up where there's some potential cannabis taxes that could be used, where to me, protection of the roads is protection of the environment, and environmental protection and water quality is exactly what those taxes are for. So I don't know that it can be used in this year because there's not enough taxes in there, but I know that when I look at the amount of money that we're putting into roads and the potential issue of SB1 being a whole lot less than what we've received in the past because nobody was driving for 3 months, and so it's gonna have a hit on us. And who knows what the future holds as far as COVID-19 and if there's going to be even less driving because of it. I don't know. But the fact is, it's hurting us, and we need to take things in our own hands, and we got to change the roads on our own. We got to figure that out. So I just want to put that out there. The next one is Lamson Airport. I know that anything we do at Lamson Airport is a costly change. But we've also said as a board that that is one out of the 3 economic development goals that we are aligning ourselves with. The rest of the county as well has agreed to this for the Lake EDC goals. And while we've made some advancements, to me, the one obvious advancement is how do we expand our airport? Because the lack of, I mean, there's planes there that can't take off because of the size of our airport. And so how do we go about to figure out how to expand the airport? Because that is absolutely an economic development question, but also how much money is required to make those changes. If we are agreeing to making that a priority, this budget does not necessarily display that as a priority. And I would love to see us making some of those changes happen. At the very least, at mid-year budget review, and with maybe an expanded conversation specifically about what that looks like, not necessarily from the ALUC, is that the acronym for the airport committee? But not necessarily from ALUC, but also from the board perspective as well, since we need to talk about it in financial terms and future vision terms. So I don't want any specific changes being made here because it would be too large of a change, and then we have to figure out how to go back and forth. But I just want to say it's something we have to change within the next year if we're going to say that we're going to make economic development be a priority, and the airport being one of them. So that's it for now, other than I appreciate the time again from Scott DeLeon from talking to me about all these changes. Some of them will lead into some of the future conversations of code enforcement and nuisance abatement and whatnot, so I'll hold the rest of my comments for that. I did want to ask if it's possible, and a quick side note complaint on this budget. Supposedly it's my fault, and I apologize if it's my fault, but it's really hard to look at a budget without actuals. And to me, this document, which is being made public, is only showing what we adopted last year and what we're looking to adopt this year, but there's zero actuals to tell us what we've actually spent. And I think that we need to know what's on the ground level of what we've actually spent. And so without knowing that, it's really difficult to be able to make some of the comparisons. And one of the things I wanted to see and really hear about, and granted I had my back door conversations, but I think it needs to be made more public, is what's going on with the CSA 23 road benefit zone that we approved at the beginning of 2019, where right now it still shows that we have $100,000 in there, and that was just a loan that we made. It needs to be, I think we need to be, in this document, make it more public as to what have we collected in property taxes from that benefit zone and what have we spent from that benefit zone. And I know we did supposedly 8 properties, but it's just that this document doesn't show any of that, and I would love for that to do so.
Okay, any more questions on the budget units that Scott has presented to this point? Supervisor Scott?
I don't have any questions for Director Scott DeLeon, but I would have to say I was really concerned about our SB1 funds when COVID hit our community. So I agree with Supervisor Sabatier. I do believe we're going to be hit with that, and we need to continue on our maintaining our roads. That is probably one of the biggest complaints that I do get from our constituents is our roads. So we as a board will need to look at ways we can continue to fund that project. So I think that's something that we need to continue that conversation with as a board. I'm incredibly proud of the Pilots Lounge, and so is the community out there. It's just absolutely amazing how it's changed their look on our airport. So thank you for putting the work in and getting that done. I was able to go out and look at it, and it is an incredible difference from what we had before. And they're able to print things and have information about our community when they land there. I've had the opportunity to actually meet a couple businessmen that have flown in, and it was just more impressive to have that and to have our airport. And I also agree that we do need to look on ways that we can improve our airport, because I think as our industry grows, I think cannabis will be using that airport. I know there's a facility right outside there, and they're interested in using that airport more. So I think that those are definitely 2 things that we need to look at, and just thank you for everything.
Thank you, Scott. Supervisor Crandall, go ahead.
Yes, Scott, thank you for that report there. And I just want to also just to highlight, I know Bruno had posted and discussed about the Sulphur Bank Road that you had fixed. That was a big deal for the fire escape and having another alternative route. And I agree with both supervisors is we have to figure out funding for these roads. And I'll give you examples. Because of the Mendocino Complex fire, not only was there a situation where the Blue Lakes had to utilize their back roads, and I know I've been talking to some of the people out there, and I know it's not a high priority, but if there's other ways, And I'm thinking other funding that we may be able to move around on our end, not yours, of course, because I know that you're limited. But also, I drove up to Lake Pillsbury before they were put into mandatory evacuation, and their roads are pretty, they're pretty bad as well. And I know they get a lot of big trucks going through for the logging. And so, those are two things I think we got to help, provide funding for. Figure out ways to move that around, and if we can't use SB1 funds for it, of course, but the other thing I was thinking about and mentioning is, and we talked about it in the Middle Creek restoration, is promoting different ideas, like the idea I have about Upper Lakes Clover Creek. Hopefully get that funding from the Blue Ribbon Committee to help prevent the floods in Upper Lakes, so that it limits the amount of times you have to fix those roads because of the floods. And so those are the ideas I know that I'll be working on with the Blue Ribbon Committee, and it serves many different purposes, but one of them is to help you out in Upper Lake there. So again, I understand, you're doing a lot when it comes to this work, because you have two other hats you wear. So just wanted to highlight that and thank you again.
Well, I appreciate that. And with the adoption of today's budget, which I'm hopeful will occur, we've talked about the management here and these departments, and certainly after today, the addition of some of the staff that I've requested will go a long way to helping at least staying on top of the opportunities. We are doing the absolute best we can with the funding that we have. I'd like to, and I don't want to throw salt on the wound here, but I do need to correct some numbers here, or at least something that Supervisor Sabatier said. Our current pavement condition index is 37, and it's not going up. At 25, you're considered very poor or failed. With the available funding from SB1 and our highway user tax account, we'll be lucky if we're going to be able to raise our PCI to 50 in 10 years. That's going to be a very difficult thing to do. And so additional funding is absolutely necessary. I made a comment in my Form 1 that, there's the old saying that money can't buy happiness. Well, happiness in road networks, money can buy happiness. And unfortunately, that's where we're at. And as the longer this goes, the more expensive it's going to be to help fix and repair these roads. And we're doing the best we can. Appreciate any consideration from your board, recognizing that times are extremely tough, and but we will continue to do the best we can and pursue every available funding that we possibly can. And we had some email correspondence here earlier this morning with the chamber and Supervisor Crandall. I think you were included in that. And you mentioned earlier you're having a meeting with Congressman Garamendi today. The National Forest began a logging operation following the fire, and you just commented on it, with zero input from the Public Works Department. They're utilizing our roads to haul the logs out. There was no consideration made. We weren't even made aware that they were doing it until we got complaints from the general public that the roads were being destroyed. We went up there, and sure enough, they're using our roads to haul the logs out. Elk Mountain Road is absolutely destroyed. It is done. We cannot do anything with it. And frankly, I'm not going to do anything with it. I'm going to let the federal government figure it out. We ironically got a call from a contractor working for the state Cal OES complaining about the roads, and that the conditions of the road were damaging his trailers as he was hauling his excavators up there. I told him he's welcome to put cold mix in the potholes and fix the road, but I wasn't going to do it because it's his operation as well that's tearing things up. We need to be putting some pressure on our federal and state folks to help us with the recovery on following these fires and specifically on those roads. So we're we're going to continue to do that.
Just for the record, I don't like to be corrected when it's worse, only when it's better.
I apologize in advance. Like I said, I didn't mean to throw any salt on the wound there, but you know, the situation is not good.
No.
And I think you all recognize that, and I just wanted to make sure that we had the right numbers.
Thank you for that. Supervisor Sabatier.
I do have one last comment I forgot to ask. What is your vacancy rate for your departments?
Sorry, I muted myself there, and I had a hard time getting it unmuted. It's very low. We are. I think we're completely full in the office. Where we are low is in our engineering and inspection division. We do have difficulty recruiting folks with engineering licenses, and so we do have some vacancies in engineering and inspection. To be honest with you, I have not been really active in trying to fill those positions. I was waiting to see what the outcome of the class and compensation study was going to come up with, and with the hopes that our positions would be a little bit more attractive. And so I really haven't been pushing that too hard. But our road department, we're almost full, and we're 100% here in our administrative.
That's very good to hear. Very good to hear.
Okay, on these current budget units, I think that's how we're going to go ahead and will we approve these, or we're going to go through, I think we're going to do these in bundles, I think, because obviously separate departments are, and Scott, you know, ultimately, I know we've got a lot under you, and we thank you for stepping up and doing everything that you do for us and all of your workers and everybody in your department. So we know how critical you are to the success of this county, and just want to thank you and all of your staff for that.
Thank you.
But I think we're going to go ahead and we will do these budget units. So we're going to go ahead and open it up to the public at this point. Jake, can you open up the room?
Yes, I will open up the. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Rob. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I had one thing I wanted to add, and I encouraged this after the Valley Fire because I saw it happen, but I didn't think about Elk Mountain Road, but we talked to Scott about it early on, but I don't know if he recalls it or not. But what we need to do is adopt a policy that whenever we experience one of these disasters, that we automatically put a weight limit on the roads that are impacted, the county roads, because in this case, there's not another option, but at least they would have to let us know if they were coming up there. They would have to have a permit of some sort. But like on Red Hills Road, they were using that and they tore it up when they could have been using the state highway 175 and take an extra 3 minutes. So, you know, at some point we should probably do that so that we're not doing it in the middle of a disaster, so that it automatically is triggered during some disaster like that.
Okay, Rob, thank you for that suggestion. Okay, any more comments from the board at this point?
Yes, thank you for bringing that up, though, Scott, and explaining, you know, the logging situation. I know that there's a lot of complaints, and I don't usually come forward with them because I know this has been discussed before, and I'm hoping that we can discuss this with Congressman Garamendi as well.
Okay. All right, Jake, we'll go ahead and open up the room.
All right, I'll send an unmute request out to the Zoom room. If you would like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Hi, this is Jessica Paiska with the Cobb Area Council.
Hello, Jessica.
Hi, Scott. Thank you for giving this report on the roads, and I do understand how difficult the funding is for this. The subdivisions in the Cobb area that had the pipeline improvement projects this summer, what is the strategy for getting those roads completed and repair? I mean, it's beyond repair now, but what is the timeline that you are considering for that? I don't see it on the budget for this next year. So we've talked about this several times. So I just wanted to check in with you again and see where you're at now.
Yeah, that is on our radar. We've kind of been waiting for, we've been waiting for the water system and the water project to get completed. That is something that we're just going to need to do. We've tried to pursue some funding for equipment to get in there and do that, but it is on our radar. If we can get that done, if we get that done in the next year, that would be ideal for us. But we need to get all that water system completed and all their testing done and everything. Live with it a little bit, make sure that everything's in good shape. But it is on our radar. I don't have a specific date for you, but we're certainly something that we need to do.
Okay, is there any more public comment at this time? Okay, Jake, we'll go ahead and close the Zoom room. We'll bring it back to the board for action on these budget items that were presented.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve budget items 1903, 1908, 3011, 3062 to 3081, 3122, 3123, 8463, 8464 to 8472, 8483 to 8492, 9905, 9907, 9908, 9909, and 9911.
I'm sorry, Bruno, you froze up for a minute. Can you do that again?
You can watch it. It's been recorded.
Yeah. Is there a second? Second. Okay, a motion and a second. Johanna, if you could do roll call.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, now the interim Community Development Department Director, Scott DeLeon, will present the Building and Safety, Code Enforcement, Nuisance Abatement, Planning, and CSA number 23 Benefit Zone budget units. Scott.
Welcome, Scott.
Thank you. Well, as we talked about a little bit here, we're combining departments and we're certainly excited about it. The fiscal staff are changing seats here. I just threw one of them out, and the other accountant just came in, so to help me with any questions. This has been a challenge to try to put these together. With bringing the administrative staff over to DPW admin, it's been not difficult, but it's just been a pretty challenging exercise to distribute the expenses and overhead and the different things amongst the different budget units. As your board is aware, I had proposed a cannabis division. I think that's absolutely critical for us in moving forward with cannabis and getting the whole process more streamlined and getting folks that are trained and almost experts in the field working on those applications and working on that program. My proposal got modified a little bit, and I worked with administrative staff on making those changes. The end result is all of the positions that I had requested and the way that we're going to format this thing is pretty close to the way that I had proposed. I did get all the positions that I wanted, so I'm appreciative of that. I think we'll live with this for this year and see how this works. I'm a little concerned about the tracking of revenue and the tracking of expenses, but we're going to work through that and see if we can make that work. And I'm confident that I'm confident it'll work. I just want to see how how easy it is for us to work with at this end and the tracking of revenue and expenses. We're growing, we're building, we're developing a team approach up here, which I think we're all really excited about. And with the changes and those types of things, there are growing pains, and there are challenges to overcome. But I think that we're tackling those head on. Tokara Nicole Thomas, our new deputy director, has just been awesome, been really a great addition to the team. And we've got some new folks in there that have just brought in just great energy. And we're making changes and putting new things in place almost every week. And I just really feel like there's some synergy being created and some energy being created up here in the division and in all the departments, and we're pretty excited about it. We're overwhelmed with cannabis. I will tell you that right now, both legal and illegal. It's been an extremely challenging year, or spring and summer. Hasn't been a year. Sure feels like a year, but it's been a real challenge to try to live with the ordinance and get people their permits and those types of things. Lots of challenges in the future, and we'll be bringing those to your board as we have the ability to do that. I don't have any real specific comments about the various budget units. We kind of resurrected code enforcement, which has been kind of off the radar for a few years, I think. And perhaps if you have specific questions about that, Stephen Carter can address that. But code enforcement 2603 has not been used for a while. And so we brought that back and kind of working some things. And a lot of the cannabis issues will be going into budget unit 2603. We retained nuisance abatement 2604. That will be specifically for the abatement of nuisance properties. So that particular budget unit will not have cannabis related issues with it. It'll just simply be for addressing complaints and issues on properties and nuisance abatement of those issues. One of the things I'd like to point out, and I'm going to turn to that budget unit, if I can find it. It's on page E167. You're going to note that there's a big difference between revenue and the appropriations for that project or for this budget unit. And as I understand it, the difference there, the net cost, the $254,779, that's actually in reserves. That was a general fund contribution that your board made, and it has not been spent. And so that is in our reserves, and that is how that difference will be paid for. And I don't know if Stephen Carter wants to chime in on that, but that's how it's been explained to me. And so I know that is a bit of a red flag when you see that cost, but those dollars have already been appropriated and are in our fund balance carryover. I don't really have any other comments. You know, the wildfire benefit zone, that is the fund that was created for the abatement of nuisance vegetation related to the subdivisions in the Clear Lake Riviera and Buckingham area. We will continue to abate properties, and to Supervisor Sabatier's point earlier, we can certainly come back to your board and make a presentation with specifics on what has been spent, what properties have been abated. There have been a handful of properties abated. We have some contracts that we have with various firms to do the work. I know we ran into timing this year with respect to the abatement of properties with the early heat that we had in the spring. It got us right into fire season pretty quickly, and so there were some properties that we chose not to go after for fear of actually starting fires in the efforts to try to abate them. So we can certainly do that at a later date. With that, I'll be happy to try to answer any questions that you have about those specific budget units.
So I just want to weigh in a little bit. It's not necessarily a budget thing as much as just trying to correct information on that, because I've heard it, I heard it in a forum the other night, and I heard it today, and the reality is there's been more than 8 properties abated. There's been over 50 abated, but most of them were done voluntarily on the efforts of code enforcement going out and working with these folks. So we've only had 8 that the county has to pay for out of that fund. And I agree with Bruno, that $100,000 that was loaned initially should have been returned a year ago. I don't know why it's still in there. And there should be, close to $500,000 generated from the property taxes in the last, the first cycle was last year. So that amount should be updated somehow. So as far as the numbers of properties that have been abated, it's way more than 8. So I just want to correct that.
Thank you, Rob. Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, and just to clarify, the only reason I brought up the number 8 is because it's the only one that matters for the budget item of the amount of money that we actually spent. Granted, code enforcement time may have been spent to help get the compliance for the others, but that doesn't come directly from that benefit zone because that's only for abatement. The issue that I have is with the nuisance abatement. And maybe I'm looking at the wrong budget, maybe it's under code enforcement. Where there's the abatement funds, I think it's under nuisance abatement, but for some reason I'm not catching it. There we go, yeah, the last one, 5506, I'm guessing is the funding that we have for abating properties. And I'm asking Director De Leon?
Yes.
And so right now we're looking at a total of $190,000 dedicated to this, correct?
Yes.
And if we look at the history of cost of abatements on properties, what amount of properties are we potentially looking at with that level of funding?
That's a difficult question to answer because it depends on the level of abatement. You could get into a situation where if there was hazardous materials and asbestos and other things, you could spend the whole thing on one piece of property. The reality of that. So I don't know if I could put I don't know if I could put a number of properties. Do we have an average, 10, 15,000?
But if asbestos is involved, we're talking 25
Right.
million.
So again, it's just difficult. It depends on if asbestos is involved with the cleanup, it drives the cost way up.
Right.
We could certainly put a summary together of the properties that we've done here recently, but it'd be difficult for me to give you a number how many properties. I would figure maybe 15 to 20,000 per property would be a good start. And then, you know, some are going to be cheaper and some are going to be more.
Right. I think that, and I do understand that my question is more rhetorical than it is specific, because every property is different depending on what the cleanup looks like. Is it just vegetation cleanup? Is it garbage cleanup? Is it destruction of an actual building that needs to be condemned? All those things make a difference, but I typically have not seen anything that costs maybe less than $5,000 for the easiest of the properties to deal with, and then it can go at a maximum of a very large amount depending. And what I'm seeing is, if it is, let's just say on average about $10,000 a piece, that's 19 properties out of how many possible code enforcement cases that are currently being followed. And that's a huge amount that we're following right now. It's not 100 cases, it's hundreds of cases. And so if we're looking at 190, we're looking at a very minimal. And again, I'm going to bring us back to our Vision 2028, where we said cleaning up our communities with code enforcement was a priority, and I don't see this budget making that a priority. Now, I know that anytime we move some money, we have to take it away from somewhere else, but at the same time, I think we do have money on the side, and I'm going to probably see Ms. Hutchinson's eyes widen when I say this, but we have a rollover of about $9.5 million in our general fund right now. What can we do to at least double this number? Let's be able to really clean up our communities, and let's tell the public and let's tell our staff, we're not just going to push paper until we get compliance. We're going to push paper, and if there's not compliance, we're going to actually make this happen. We're going to take some action. And to me, out of the 9.5 that's on a rollover that's still in our general fund, asking for an extra $200,000 is not a whole lot out of that, and it makes an impact in our community, and it sends a message.
Supervisor Scott?
I would have a question on that. I know it takes staffing when you go to abate a property. Scott, would you have the staffing if we were to give you more money to abate, to be able to abate more properties, or are you kind of at the limit? I know we've seen a lot more abatements recently, and I'm very glad to see those, but would you be able to abate more properties with more funding?
Well, my proposed budget has an increase in staff in code enforcement, largely for cannabis, but yeah, I would say we would have the capacity if we were asked to do that.
Okay. Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, and just, I know that that's going to be a big lift for you once approved. We get a lot of calls from not just NIMBYs, but HMN NIMBYs. I say that because there's people that just call about their neighbors consistently, and your department handles that very well. But I know it's very difficult when you have cannabis on top of regular, everyday business. So, yeah, I just wanted to mention how I've noticed you've been juggling, your department has been juggling those type of things.
We get a lot of those, yes.
All right. Supervisor Sabatier?
And correct me if I'm wrong, Director De Leon, but typically when it comes down to the actual abatement, a lot of times from what I've been seeing, it's contracted out to 1 out of 3 companies in the area that typically do the abatements for us. I know there's one in Clear Lake Oaks. I believe there's one in Kelseyville and maybe Upper Lake. I forget where the 3 are, but those are the 3 that I've been seeing.
That's correct. We have standing contracts with 3 different companies.
Right, and so I mean, the code enforcement's already doing the work. They just can't take that last step of contracting with the company to make that cleanup happen. We just end up at an impasse because we don't have any more funds inside the budget to be able to make those things happen. And so I think that adding more money would not necessarily add that much more work. There's definitely a process to get those companies to take action. But what it does is it does send a message that we are here to clean up. It's not just a bluff with paperwork. We're going to make it happen. The other part is also, and I've spoken with admin, and I'm going to let it go for this year, but I think that the cannabis division eventually needs to be its own budget sheet so that we can really see what money is going in and what money is going out, so we can really keep things compartmentalized for the cannabis division to see how self-sufficient it can be, or if it requires other funds, or if it requires fixing the fees for the permits as people come into CDD. And so I just want to make that statement, and hopefully by next year we can make that happen.
Okay, Carol, did you?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I wanted to go back and speak to the issue of, whether or not to appropriate additional funds for the nuisance abatements in 2604. As you can see, they're looking at the detail. The department requested 110,000. We already boosted that up by 80,000 for the total of 190. We understand that this is a high priority of your board. We get it, and the tie to economic development is critical. And what I might suggest is that this is an area that we monitor, and we relook at this no later than mid-year. And if the department is able to spend the 190, the increased amount from the actual request, then your board consider appropriating additional funds then. If somehow the department spend it sooner than mid-year, we can always come back at any time with a change to budget. So staff would be poised to appropriate additional funds when needed.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier, I know obviously it is a focus of all of ours. It's Vision 2028, cleaning up our properties, our blight property and everything. And we know, sitting on the board, that we do have these abatements that come to us more often than not. Also, one other thing that was added into this is our vegetation abatement with code enforcement. I know that's another thing that we put into place through the county that also adds on to the tasks that are push to community development and code enforcement. And, and somewhat I do agree completely with Supervisor Shabati. I wonder if there's any way that we could talk about today during these budget allocations that instead of 190, we, and this would be up to Supervisor Shabati, but maybe, a number of 250,000 instead of 190,000 would be something that would be, a step in the right direction at this time. And I know a lot of work has gone into these budgets and other things, but, just looking for a compromise here, one way or the other. But also what you presented, Carol, seems reasonable, but I just want to throw that out there for Supervisor Sabatier.
I'd be comfortable with the compromise. I think anything that moves it towards our complete end goal is the way to go, and making it more than what it is right now. And I agree with what Ms. Hutchinson said, which is it was increased by 80,000. But I know, and especially with having the conversation, that goes away real fast. And so the more we can add in there, the happier I will be, and I can be content with 250.
And ultimately, I don't know if any other board members want to speak up.
I have a suggestion on that.
Go ahead, Rob.
You could always do a mid-year budget transfer. I would spend the money down that you have, show that that it's being spent. There's no point in budgeting it if it's not going to be used, and then come back then. But I also think that, I've tried to get this for a long time, but we need to go after the folks that we've already abated that owe us money. Whether it be civilly or whatever, but we have a lot of money out there that we've spent that hasn't been recouped yet, so we need to work on that as well.
So we can do it either way. We'll just, await the will of your board. We can add 60,000 to make it 250, or we can monitor and address when the department has spent this down. The latest date would be mid-year, but if the department spent their way through it, it can be any time. We can come to your board anytime, any agenda.
Okay, I guess when we're approving the budget units, overall, I've heard a couple, responses from board members. And getting a consensus, I think, is what we're looking for. And from my understanding, Supervisor Crandall, you give a thumbs up.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with it, either way, actually. Yeah, so if it's the will of the board to do, the budget addition of $60,000, I'm fine with that. But if it's more feasible to wait, you can do that as well. It's gonna be fun.
Well, and I'm okay with it either way too. The only reason I suggest that is it's, 60,000 is an arbitrary number. And, if this, the 190 is used up in the first 2 or 3 months, you may want to come back and identify another 200,000. So, ideally, you'd have to come back no matter what. So you might as well come back with an accurate number.
So can I make an offer?
Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
Director DeLeon, would it be, I don't think it is, but I'm going to ask you specifically, would it be a trouble to ask you to come back quarterly and let us know where you stand with the usage of these funds, where then we can in advance make sure you don't lose and go down to zero right away? We can make sure that it stays full, however it is that we can keep it full. Because I think that 6 months, I want to make sure your team recognizes that there's money to be used and not hold off, because when there's only a finite amount of money, then we wait till March to start spending it because we don't want to spend it all in the first 3 months. And so if you can check in with us every 3 months and let us know where we stand, then we can make the necessary changes whenever is needed.
And I'm totally all right with that. And I would actually propose just to leave the budget where it is. I very much appreciate the discussion and the consideration for additional funds. I just very, very much appreciate that. But I'd like to leave the number where it is and let us do just as you're describing. Let us get to work and start spending these funds, and we'll have a much better idea of the projects and the sites that we want to tackle. We'll have a pretty good idea based on the prices that we're spending for other projects to know and be able to make a pretty good educated estimate of what we're going to need. And again, I do appreciate the offer. I'd suggest we leave it alone and as presented, and we'll come back to your board, and I'm happy to do it on a quarterly basis.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Okay. All right, then. And that's what we'll do. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I know the presentations, so we will do as we've done in the past. We will open this up to public comment on any of these budgeted items or these budget units, and then we'll bring the budget units back for approval. So, Jake, if you could open the room, please.
Yes, I will open up the Zoom floor. I've sent out an unmute request. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, we will go ahead and close the virtual room, and we'll bring back to the board for action on these budget units.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve budget item 2602, 2603, 2604, 2702, and 8475. I hope you got that, Supervisor Brown.
Is there a
I
second?
did, thank you.
We need a second on the motion.
Second.
Thank you. Johanna, go ahead with roll call.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
Aye.
and Supervisor Simon.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, next,
So-
go ahead.
It is currently 12:26. I know when we talked earlier, we were talking about a potential lunch break from 12:32. I guess on this item here, what would like to do, so we don't stop in the middle of it, is see if we could push through with these items here that we have next with Scott, and then we'll make sure to take a long enough break before your 1 o'clock, and then it may stretch it out that we come back at 2:30. So I'd like to, if that's okay with everybody, that we just move through and finish up with Scott, and then we will take our lunch break. Okay. All right, go ahead, Scott.
Good afternoon. I'll be relatively brief with this. As you know, Water Resources kind of came back to Public Works here in 2018. We're I think doing a pretty good job here. We've got some great staff and just working on a number of different projects. I don't have any real specific issues to discuss other than, as we already mentioned, our administrative staff will be moving over to DPW admin, and there will be a contribution from Water Resources back to DPW admin for their costs. I did propose a Deputy Director of Water Resources position that will stay in Budget Unit 8107, and that position will be handling the day-to-day direction and supervision of staff, and as part of the overall management scheme and program that I want to develop for this large new department. We have some small flood zones that are frankly in trouble, and we're going to need to be coming to your board. There isn't anything that's going to get solved today, but there are some smaller zones that we're going to need to do something with because the cost of doing business is exceeded what we're bringing in for revenue. But again, that'll be something that we'll be bringing to your board here in the near future. And I'll be happy to try to answer any questions that you have regarding our water resources budgets.
Thank you, Scott. Okay, go ahead and open it up for any questions from the board. Supervisor Sabatier?
On the budget unit 1674, the flood corridor property maintenance, the adjustment from 50,000 to 1 million, over $1 million. Can you please provide some detail on that?
Yeah, that's when we purchased the properties in the reclamation district for the Middle Creek Marsh project. There's a portion of that goes into our budget for maintenance of those properties, and that's what that adjustment is.
Gotcha. Okay. And then also, I noticed in the summary on top that it says leased land to rice farmer. Eventually, that will go away as well, based on what happens at the reclamation. What is the amount that we're getting from the rice farmers on that? Do you know?
He's 30,000, I believe, is the base agreement that we have with him. That number has changed over the. I mean, we've actually done a little less with him. There are some maintenance things that we are not doing that impact his ability to farm all of the available area. There's a pump that is in the district that we don't do any maintenance on. It's a small pump, and depending on the lake level, in the last couple of years, the lake's been too high, and it's rendered some of the land unfarmable. And so we've made some adjustments with him, but our base lease with him is 30,000.
Okay. And then I wanted to ask a question, and I'll give a moment for Anita to chime in and yell at me that this is not the appropriate platform for this. But I do know that we have a situation here, and please know that I mean no disrespect to Napa County, but because of the fires that occurred in Napa County and what has occurred around Lake Berryessa, there is a very large chance that we're going to see an increase of folks coming this way, since it's right next door, to come to our lake. And one of the things that Lake Berryessa has that we don't have are ramp fees. And I'm just looking for other ways of revenues to ensure that we can put that revenue back into our lake, since our lake is such an important piece of our tourism and an important piece of our economy. Is that something that you might be looking into in the near future? And is that something that would help you in your revenues needed to be able to do the work that's required from water resources?
Well, to be honest, it is not something that we have been looking at. Enforcement becomes an issue, and I've boated on Lake Berryessa, and they have the little things that they're unmanned, and you fill out a little envelope and you put your fee in there, and somebody comes around and picks that up. But somebody also comes around and leaves you a notice that if you haven't paid the fee, that you need to drop the fee in before you leave at the end of the day. And there is, there's an enforcement component of that we don't have. That's completely notwithstanding some of the things I've heard in the past that, well, we built these boat ramps with state grant funds, and the funding program and the funding agreements preclude us charging a fee, and I've heard that, and I don't really know if that is still in play or not. But it's just there's a number of issues that kind of complicate that, and those are the two that come to mind.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Anita.
Thank you. I would just ask everyone to remember that the body of water, the Clear Lake, is a navigable body of water. It's a navigable water under the federal jurisdiction, which means it's extremely difficult to charge access fees to something that by law has to be open to the public. So you'll notice that with your quagga fees, you're charging them for the recreational activity, but not for access. And the county over the years has always been very careful to tread very lightly around the navigable water issue under federal law, and only charge for things that are within its purview to charge for.
Okay. Well,
Thank you for that clarification.
I appreciate the comments made, and we'll see in the future if that what may be possible. But thank you.
Okay, Stephen Carter, I think, Stephen, do you have a comment on one of the budget items?
Yes, in budget unit 8105, I need to bring a fix to your board. If you look on page E307, account 2380, which is professional and specialized services, professional and specialized again. There's a negative $570 appropriated there. You can't have a negative, so we missed that one. So I would like to change that. I've already talked with the accountant for water resources under Scott, and we would like to lower account 18-00 maintenance buildings and improvements down by 570, and then 2380 up by 570. So it's a net zero, just putting it in the right place.
Okay.
Could you redo those numbers? Because whoever makes the motion, they will do that during their motion. So I just want to make sure we get.
Okay.
Whoever's going to
Simply put, account 18, building and maintenance, lower it by $570, the appropriation. Account 23-80, professional and specialized services, increase by $570.
Okay. I don't know if that'd be specific or just with those suggestions, but thank you very much for that clarification. All right, if there are no more questions from the board on these budget units and Scott De Leon, we'll go ahead and open it up to the public. Jake, can you please open the Zoom room?
Yes, I will unmute the Zoom room here. I've sent an unmute request out to the floor. If you would like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake.
All right.
Go ahead and close up, bring it back. We'll bring it back to the board for action on these budget units.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve Budget Unit 1672, 1673, 1674, 8101, 8104, 8107, 8108, and 8109 as is, and 8105 with the changes to account 1800, Maintenance, Buildings, and Improvements, with an increase of $570, and changes to account 23-80, Professional and Specialized Services, Professional and Specialized, at an increase of a decrease of $570 to 18-00, and an increase of $570 to 23-80.
Second.
Okay, Johanna, motion and a second. Please do the roll call vote.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Board, I'd just like to say thank you very much to our administrative staff, Carol and Stephen. Were really great to work with, and I appreciated all their consideration and the things that I had proposed. Also want to give a special thanks to all the administrative staff of DPW, CDD, and Water Resources. Tremendous work in preparing this new budget. Alicia Ayala, Lindsay Nolan, Sylvia Valadez, Jennifer Thorup, and Christine Hutt were absolutely amazing, and just really appreciate their help. And thank you very much for consideration today.
Thank you, Scott. Okay, with that, we are going to go to a lunch break. And I know we talked about going from 12:30 to 2 o'clock. I guess my question is to Carol, I guess you think we'll be able to get to stay on that same time schedule, or should we come back at 2:15? Agenda review is the question, I guess.
Yeah. My request would be that we take a full hour and a half, given the need for agenda review, if that's possible.
We're going to take lunch right now, and we will reconvene these budget hearings at 2:15. Okay.
Okay, and
Thank you very much.
those that are participating in agenda review, Jake is moving us to a separate breakout room.
All right, EJ, make sure to pass on those messages about the roads if you could.
Yes, I will. I got it written down.
Okay.
Then I say we hurry up and get started.
Yeah, I'm ready to get started too. There you go, Rob. Thank you very much.
His vehicle is here, so.
All right, we're going to go ahead and reconvene our budget hearings. It is exactly 2:15 is what I got. So we're going to go ahead and reconvene. We are currently with, we'll be doing our district attorney, who I see is here. Susan Cronus is on. And so we're going to go ahead and reconvene. Stephen, I don't know if you want to do the introduction like you have been doing.
So, sure. Next up is District Attorney Susan Crones will be presenting budget units for District Attorney, Victim Witness, DA Asset Forfeitures, and the first page for that is E86. And I'll turn it over to Susan.
Okay, well, thank you so much especially for being in the spot after lunch. So I will try to be brief. And so anyway, so I am speaking for the units, the district attorney, the victim witness, and of course, asset forfeiture. In regards to the district attorney's office, staffing continues to be an issue. We've had 2 cases at least where we've had individuals trying to hire individuals for a deputy district attorney where they wanted to come here, but there was higher pay in another county. So that is unfortunate. We do have a current recruitment for a deputy district attorney, and I'm hopeful that we'll be able to get one on board here. I want to basically cover in a little bit of detail the impact of COVID-19 on court proceedings since March 2020. And I know that you know somewhat of what's going on with the courts because they've been asking to use county facilities, the fairgrounds, etc. I'm just going to go over that briefly. So we have not really had a jury trial, I think, in about 5 months. And the Chief Justice of the state and the Judicial Council of the state have ordered extensions back in April, I believe, that would extend the time limits that we have to prosecute cases if the person did not waive time. And then there's also a significant change due to COVID in regards to a zero bail schedule that was implemented, and we're still under that limited bail schedule, still locally, under local orders. So that has made a dramatic decrease in the jail population. And so what does that mean for our office? Well, we've started to do jury trials as of September 2nd. We're doing one jury trial at a time right now. The jury selection is being done at the fairgrounds, and then the case moves to the courtroom once they have the jurors selected. Starting September 30th, they're going to try to start 2 jury trials at a time. So they're going to do jury selection Wednesday and then Thursday for another case, and they're going to try to start that the 30th. And that process, I believe, will continue to the end of the year. So basically, we're reduced in the number of jury trials that we are doing versus what we were doing before. The bottom line is that the felony cases where the defendant is out of custody or has waived time or both will start to stack up next year. And what I foresee is a very hectic pace next year for deputy DAs and other personnel in this office. So trying to fill these positions as to the extent we can this year is very important, because we're hoping to be able to train them before we have the deluge in next year. Now, regarding misdemeanors, hundreds of those cases have been put off until next year already. And there's a large percentage of individuals who have not appeared on citations. And so warrants will have gone out and will continue to go out. And that will be a big caseload in misdemeanors, I think, into next year when they start showing up or in custody or out of custody. So I'm hopeful to get a misdemeanor deputy district attorney hired this year so we can train that individual. So that's basically what's going on with the courts. We are doing a lot of Zoom meetings in the courts, court appearances through Zoom, which has been very helpful. And I do think it does save time. And I think the courts intend to use Zoom in the future to the extent possible. I think they intend to continue arraignments through Zoom, as well as civil cases, which could impact the asset forfeiture cases. So that's one thing that will reduce a little bit amount of time and jumping around between courtrooms physically. In regards to a victim witness office, I don't know if you want me to go through these individually, or I can just do them all at once and take questions at the end.
I think that's the way it's been going all day. If you go through them, and then we'll open it up to the board for questions at the end.
Yeah. So in regards to victim witness, obviously the increase in jury trials, I think, is likely to start next year. So our victim witness advocates will be very busy. I also have a major case coming up in October that's going to require their a lot of their services for witnesses. And so it's On a separate matter, in regards to victim witness, it's very important to proceed now with a forensic interviewer position. So we have a dedicated, trained interviewer at victim witnesses that is available on short notice, because the faster that we can do these interviews, the better. So our victim witness, they were able to get an emergency grant from the state to address COVID issues. And this money was about $6,600. This money was used to refurbish the Hope House interview room to reduce COVID transmission. That was really important. We also were able to get other equipment to help advocates who are working from home. And so I just want to thank the Carol and the board for their quick approval of that grant. It came up really quick, and I really appreciate people jump through hoops so we could get that. And of course, Doris and Crystal as well, that worked on the grant application. In regards to asset forfeiture, it's the same as always. We never know when the laws are going to change to limit the amount of the circumstances where we can forfeit money in drug cases. And so we do use the money for various things. We have contributed money to the prosecutors' diversity projects sponsored by CDAA, using that money. I think that's an important project to try to get more diversity, people, bring more people, diverse people into becoming prosecutors. Also, I would think the bottom line with asset forfeiture is that we want to basically try to not spend a lot of that money to reserve it for contingencies in the future, so we have that money when it's needed. So that's my presentation. So I'm open for questions, and I do have Doris Langford here to help me answer questions.
Okay, go ahead and turn it over to the board for any questions for Susan at this point. Supervisor Sabatier? Still can't hear you.
There we go.
There we go.
All right. Thank you very much. Sorry I wasn't here earlier. We were finishing up our conversation with Congress Garamendi. Apologize for missing a portion of that presentation, and hopefully this was not answered within the presentation, so it's not a duplication of information. But I'm just kind of curious about, I see here you have 30.75 staff and 22 total for the child support services, and wondering what your vacancy rate is for all that.
Well, we're not part of child support services.
Oh, I thought that was one of them that we were looking at.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And vacancy rate,
For the district attorney's office only.
Yeah.
I think five unfilled, I believe.
Which, and those would all be district attorneys overall, or not district attorneys, but attorneys overall, not legal secretaries or anything like that?
No, it's just a matter of
Different positions.
two district attorneys.
Two deputy district attorneys,
With an
investigator, and legal secretary, one legal secretary.
Okay.
And we're just having an investigator retiring tomorrow.
No, that makes it tough, because out of 30, that's quite a bit. Appreciate the answer.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, any more questions from the board? For Susan on these budget out units she was just presenting. Okay. Doesn't seem that there's many questions or concerns, at least at this point on the budget. I want to thank you for getting this put together and presenting today. As we have been doing, we will go ahead and open this up for public comment. Jake, can you open the room?
Yes, I will open up the Zoom floor here. All right, I've sent out an unmute request. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
I don't know how to spell that.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Jake, go ahead and close it up. We'll bring it back to the board. Thank you, Jake. And I did not ask Bruno. I will just ask. There's no one in the chambers?
Still alone here with Sam.
No public? Okay. Just wanted to confirm. All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and bring back the board for action on this on these budget units to present.
I just want to apologize to Bruno. I wanted him to wait till you got here, but everybody insisted on just moving ahead, so.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm so sure. I'm so sure.
Move forward. Hey,
Not under oath, are you?
yeah. And you know me, it only takes 3 to move forward, so let's go ahead and get it done.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve 2110, 2113, or budget units 2110, 2113, and 2116.
Second.
Motion and a second. Johanna, could you please do the roll call vote?
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Thank you.
Susan, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much.
So now the Register of Voters, Maria Valadez, will present the Register of Voters Budget Unit 1451, which is found on page E37. Maria?
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Oh, yeah. Good afternoon.
It's after
Yeah.
lunch. So this is my first budget that I've presented to the board. I'll be presenting to the board. So I just want to give you a brief overview of our department. The Registrar of Voters Office is responsible for conducting all federal, state, county, municipal, and local district elections in Lake County while following strict state and federal regulations. This department is responsible for all components of election management, including voter registration, poll worker recruitment and training, locating and reserving polling place locations that meet accessibility requirements, ballot creation, voting system security, ballot processing and vote tallying, community outreach and education, candidate services such as candidate filing and campaign finance filing. In addition, we also verify all statewide and local petitions, referendums, initiatives, recall, and candidate filing in lieu of and nomination signatures. We currently are preparing for the November 3rd, 2020 presidential general election. This election will include presidential candidates from each qualified political party, congressional offices, legislative office, county supervisor District 5 runoff, candidates for both cities of Clear Lake and Lakeport, 3 school districts and 1 special district, as well as 12 state propositions and 1 local measure on the ballot. Our department is currently staffed with 3 full-time permanent employees, and we recently hired 1 half-time permanent employee. I will be interviewing this Friday to attempt to fill the 4th full-time permanent position. This will be the 2nd recruitment to try to fill this position because at the last recruitment, the person did not accept the position due to the wages that we pay. And I'm sure you've heard that from all the other departments. So I'm hoping to fill this before the election. During peak elections, in addition to permanent staff having to work many additional hours, it is always necessary to hire extra help employees to assist us with the heavy workload and the many tasks needed to be completed in a short period of time. Our budget is primarily funded by general fund discretionary revenues with limited reimbursement from the state and local jurisdictions. We just recently signed into an additional contract that the state provided for COVID, which I'm hoping to be able to get reimbursed for as much as I can for the, in addition to whatever the extra costs associated due to COVID. Some of the increases in our budget is associated with the November election. We'll be purchasing an additional scanner and workstation for our voting system. We've recently purchased the 5 vote-by-mail drop boxes, which are due to be delivered this month and in place for the November election. And the postage for mailing ballots to all registered voters and the return postage paid costs will be additional. And some of the accomplishments that we had in the last fiscal year were conducting 2 elections, a district election in November and recently the presidential primary in March. The department successfully processed over 13,000 voter records, new and updates, and we received 100% reimbursement of the state from the state for the voting system purchased in fiscal year 18-19. Let's see. There's many challenges in our department, like always, trying to process and maintain all our voter registrations and keeping current on a daily basis. But we have to follow up with a lot of correspondence for incomplete and missing information. We ask a lot of our workers, both permanent and extra help, because during peak elections, we ask that they work long hours, evenings and weekends in order to be able to complete and certify within the time frame. By the time one election cycle is almost complete, we start working on the next election cycle. I would like to thank Carol and Stephen for all their assistance in helping me put together my budget for this fiscal year. And I would like to thank the board for allowing me to use the Board of Supervisors chambers during the 2-week period and on election day to be able to work with the COVID and social distancing guidelines that we'll need to be following in our office. So I think with that, that's all I need to have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. I'll go ahead and bring it back to the board for any questions for Maria Valdez, our registrar voter. Go ahead.
So I guess the question, I don't want to force our registrar voters to be in a different situation that they're in, but visually we all know that our registrar voters department is in very tight quarters. I've experienced it during the height of the general election when I volunteered some of my time up there, and it's even tighter during that time as all the ballots come in. They got to be placed in a specific area. The mail-in ballots are being counted. It's not a mess. It's organized, but it's very claustrophobic in there. And I know that at one point the previous registrar voter was seeking out another location for the department to be in, and wondering if Ms. Valadez would be looking at the same thing potentially. Since nothing has changed at this point, they're still in the exact same cubicle that they are in. And the reason I ask this is because I do not see anything on here that would allow her to do so. I see rents and leases, but there's nothing enough that would provide her with the ability to find a more comfortable office space. Of course, COVID-19 might have offered some opportunities, but I just want to put that out there and hear from Ms. Valadez to see what her thoughts are on that.
So I appreciate your concern for that. We've always been able to manage and work. The conditions have been the same for a long time, but I just figured this time with the budget and due to COVID, my primary focus was trying to make sure that we can comply with all the additional requirements given to us by the state. I mean, maybe in the future, I might be coming to the committee. The county has a committee where I could come and ask to look into spacing issues. But I think right now, at this given time, I will wait and look into it further, maybe get in communication with Carol and, the space committee and see if they can find a solution to it. Like I said, it's been like this for a long time, but we will be able to manage this election. Thankfully, by using the Board of Supervisors chambers, we'll be able to spread the, the workspace.
Right.
Thank you. And Carol, go ahead. I know you did have a comment, but I think.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that, that Supervisor Spati is absolutely right. When the previous Registrar of Voters was here, we did have discussion with the Space Committee about the possibility of finding some alternative space. And then our office supported her in looking around at various options. There were no options inside existing county space. So had we been able to move forward, it would have been leased space. And we haven't had those conversations with Ms. Valadez since she returned, but we're happy to have that when the timing is right for it. Certainly, the office that the election staff and the auditor controller share are tight. And as much as the election staff space is probably the tightest, the auditor controller could very well use the space as well. So there are certainly some good reasons to look at that again. When she is ready, we'd be glad to support her.
Okay.
Appreciate the conversation.
Thank you.
All right. Any more questions from the board for these budget units that were presented from Maria? Okay. All right, Maria, thank you very much for the presentation. What we're going to do now is we're going to open it up to anyone in the public to have public comment, and we'll bring it back to the board to finalize your budget units. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead and Jake, if you can open the room.
All right, yeah, I will open up the Zoom floor here. I've sent a unmute request. If you would like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, we'll go ahead and close it up and bring it back to the board for action.
All right.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve budget unit 1451 for the Registrar of Voters.
Second.
Motion and second. Johanna, would you please do the roll call vote?
Supervisor Sabathia,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Yes.
Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Thank you.
Maria, thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I just say one more thing real quick? It's just, I'd like to thank Dean Eichelman from the Health Department for helping me procure some of the PPE supplies needed for the polling locations on Election Day.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maria.
All right, so now the county librarian, Christopher Veach, sorry about that, Christopher, will present county library budget unit and library improvements budget unit, which can be started on E281. Ooh, tongue tie, sorry.
Hello, so I'm Christopher Veach, the county librarian. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. These two units, 6022 and 6023, support the operations of the library to promote reading, literacy, and lifelong learning in Lake County. We were asked earlier in the year to be fiscally conservative, and that's what I've tried to do with this budget. The main library fund, 125, unit 6022, is primarily funded with a dedicated property tax approved by the voters in 1974. So those property taxes make up the majority of all revenues. A very small portion of revenue is provided by library fines, fees, charges for printing, copying, and meeting room rent, and a grant funds the adult literacy program. So on the expenditure side, you will notice a decrease in account 1.11, permanent salaries. This is due to the retirement of 2 long-standing employees, and these positions were both replaced at 32 hours per week instead of 40, which represents a slight reduction in staffing for the library and a slight salary savings. As you heard earlier in this budget proceedings, in January, the minimum wage will be increasing. Library positions as a whole are on the lower side of the salary scale, And so I did want to point out that soon the majority of staff will be affected by these minimum wage increases. We're all approaching that minimum wage. You'll also notice increases in 2830 special departmental expense. This is the account where most library materials and subscription services are paid from. And so this increase will help us replace outdated volumes in our collection of physical materials, as well as support the increased use of digital materials since that we have seen since the pandemic. Also this year, with the focus on economic development, we'll be offering a video database with on-demand job training courses that will be accessible for free with your library card. So this database will be useful to individuals to update their skills or earn certifications in our community. Also, it will be available for businesses who want an easy-to-use training resource for their employees, and that will be available for county departments as well. So Budget Unit 6023 is supported entirely by community donations and is used to add to the collection of library materials as well. So that concludes my summary. Thank you for listening. And if you have any questions about the library budget, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Christopher. We're going to go ahead and ask the board. Does the board have, go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Veach, for that. I was looking at the bottom of your appropriations and the account 80-80. I'm wondering if that was a situation like we resolved last time to have a negative financing uses interfund reimbursement on the appropriations. Just wondering what that might be.
I believe that represents the use of, I believe it's called the CAN grant from the county to support the purchase of, it's reimbursing the purchase of the materials for education for community resources regarding marijuana addiction and those kind of things.
Okay, thank you for that. And then the increase for the literacy grant, is that due to having matching funds needed, or?
Yes, that's an increase in the amount of the grant given to us by the state. The adult literacy program is actually receiving the same amount, but there's a division of the adult literacy program called the Families for Literacy program, and that is receiving an additional grant this coming year.
But this says it's an appropriation. That's why I was confused.
Oh, sure. So you can see that being received in the revenue side on 5490, I believe it is, state aid other.
Gotcha.
And it's slightly higher because there's funds from last year that we have not yet spent.
Okay. Okay, that explains everything I needed. Thank you so much. And it's good to see. I don't know what, you don't have the specific numbers of what's been going on necessarily during COVID. I know you've done a great push for the digital portion of the library to really be accessible to the public, including online library cards rather than having to come into person. But just seeing that there was already a 15% increase in library materials during that time period you have on your summary is that's really good news. So good job.
Yes, and actually our digital circulation this August compared to August last year is up 58%.
Wow.
So it is leveling off a little bit, but it is greatly increased.
That's great.
Okay, any more questions or comments from the board for Mr. Veach?
No questions here. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Veach.
Thank you. Yeah, no question.
Thank you for your presentation, Christopher. We're going to go ahead and open it up for public comment at this point. Jake, if you could go ahead and open the room.
All right, yeah, I will unmute the Zoom floor here. I sent out an unmute request. If you would like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, go ahead and close the room. We'll bring it back to the board for action. Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, I had one more, and I apologize for that.
Okay, go ahead.
On the both of the professional services on 2380 and 2390, it doesn't show me the actuals, which might help me better understand it, but there's a total drop of $80,000 or approximately of professional and specialized services. Kind of wondering what that might look like as far as what that might be dropping.
Are you looking at 2390?
Yeah, both
Administrative
2380
services?
and 90. Oh, no, sorry, 2380 increased it by 13,000. So yes, 2390.
So 2390 is the 887 plan. It's the amount, since we have a special fund, that's the amount that the county charges us for administrative fees. And it's governed by the 887 plan. So you could take that up with the auditor who oversees that plan about why that increase or why it's that decrease, but it does go up and down from year to year depending on the library's use of other departments' services.
Well, it sounds to me like if it's dropped and it's only to pay for the administration portion of it, then that's not a problem. I was wondering if it was outside services that would be eligible to those who frequent the library.
No.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Well, with that, we'll bring back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the budget items 6022 and 6023.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Crandall. Johanna, if you could do the roll call vote.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christopher.
So now the assessor recorder, Richard Ford, will present the budget units for the assessor, the recorder micrographics,
Everyone hear me?
Yeah. Recorder modernization and.
Everyone hear me, actually?
Yes.
Yes. And
Everyone hear me?
yeah,
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
But you must have it playing in your office. You'll need to turn the volume down.
Okay.
Sounds like you got Granicus going in as well.
Yeah, if you have Granicus going, turn the volume down.
Okay.
And the last
Is that
one.
better?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I can't really hear you guys, but I'll do my best.
Well, we can still hear Granicus going. You can still hear Granicus going in the background.
So you may just want to turn Granicus off then, Rich, and just be with us in Zoom.
Okay.
You can
Let
turn
me
the
see.
volume up so you can hear us.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Sure. Stephen is still introducing your budget, so go ahead, Stephen.
Perfect.
The last one, budget unit is recorder, vitals, and health statistics. And the assessor budget unit starts on page E24. And now I'll turn it over to Rich.
Okay. Can you hear me now as a reverb?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to separate into pretty much two different sections. Let's go from the assessor and then go to the recorder with all the trust funds. So as we know, the assessor assesses the taxable property within the County of Lake jurisdiction, and it's all different types of property. So it's commercial, residential, vacant land, business property, boats, and the like. It approximately is about 50 to 55% of the county budget. And it's approximately what the county gets of every taxable dollar is about 23%, give or take. So you can see it's a pretty important business unit, not just for the county, but for the county as a whole, because it funds about the schools. Give or take about 60% of their budget comes from property tax, as well as the cities get a portion and the districts get a portion. But I wanted to just go through a few highlights, a few wins of things we've done this year. Number one, a couple years ago, we had Prop 8s, and let me explain Prop 8s. I've done it a few times before, but let me explain it again. A Prop 8 is basically when you buy a property, and let's use an example, you buy a property for $300,000. A couple years later, the market comes down and the property is only worth $200,000. You can apply to get a reduction, and it's a temporary reduction, and it's called a Prop 8 reduction.
When I first took office, had about 10,800 of those Prop 8s dating back to essentially 2008. We have had that all the way up until a couple years ago. And just recently, as of this year, we are under 6,000 of those. So that's a definite big win. That's a big catch up of not just people being put on the correct value and being brought back to what they should be according to the market, but that's a good win overall for the revenue for the county. Another win that we've had is we have recently, in the last couple of years, as soon as about 2 years ago, we had overhang of past properties and transfers. And this is when you change ownership, you sell your property, it has to be revalued. At that point, we had hangover about 1,500 records that need to be processed. And we had from the current year about 500 to 1,000. This year, we, between past records and current records, both added up together, we're only at 150. So that's a huge step in the right direction. Another one of the wins that we've had is we are closer to advanced certification in our county. On a lot of our appraisers, we have a lot of very new appraisers. Average time is about 1.5 years, lacking a lot of experience, but we've been pushing a lot of training. So what that means is we have state required certification. And when you first start off, you take an initial test, you get a certification. At that point for the county, as far as cost, they are required to do 24 hours of continuing education. And there's a cost to that. But as we move the staff through training, we get them advanced certification, which takes 4 entry-level classes and 2 advanced classes to get there. Each one takes about a week in Sacramento to accomplish. Our reduction on our cost of training goes down to only 12 hours per year for continuing education, which is a cost savings, but it's also an improvement of the staff. We have been pushing our staff in the last couple of years to get advanced certification. And we have now at this point about 4 staff that are 1 or 2 classes away from advanced certification, which is a huge improvement. When I first started office, we had 1 close advanced, 1 person that was 1 class away from advanced certification. And we had a retired person that was advanced certification. Now we will, within probably a year or 2, depending on what the training schedule is this year, during the COVID situation, we are more than likely to have 5 to 7 possibly at advanced level or above, which is good for our office as far as being able to do accurately what we need to do. So those are some of the wins we've had. I wanted to call out a couple of the odd things in my budget for 21, for 11-23, and then we'll go into 2707. The way I look at my budget a lot of times, I look at everything in total as far as 2707 and 11-23 kind of combined, and we'll explain that a little bit. One of the odd things that has come up, it has been in the last couple of years, is when you look at revenue 5490 state aid, that is a grant, and it's a grant to assessors to help the assessors actually improve on their accuracy, improve on their processing. We have applied for that. I actually sat on a state board for the CAA to the Department of Finance and lobbied for that for small counties. And our matching went from 50% to about a third. And so we get $90,000 a year to do a grant. And we use that to try and get our physical characteristics in the system, which will allow us to be a lot more efficient down the road. And we're also scanning the records at the same time. But we basically get $60,000. We put up $30,000, and we've done this 3 years in a row. So that kind of comes down to the next one on the appropriation side of 2380. You can see that there's $247,000 in there, and last year there was 183. Essentially what that is that's the $90,000 times 3. So essentially 180,000 of that being out of period or for the last 2 years. And then we have spent already 23,000 of that. So if you net all that down, it comes out to your 247,000. Looks rather large, but once we spend it, it'll go down to 0. Our hope is that the grant continues and we'll use it for other things in the future. This expense will probably carry forward, not just from this year, but also to next year in the same manner that the 180,000 is carrying forward to this year. Trying to think what else is that that noticeable. I guess I can draw my attention a little bit to 2950, which is travel. We put some money in there for travel, and part of that is due to what I explained about the advanced certification. When you take one of the classes, whether it be the minor level classes or the upper division classes or the advanced level classes, they require that you go to Sacramento, and essentially I'll describe the class. You show up on a Monday about midday and you start doing calculations until about Friday morning. And that's the way the classes are. They're not remote. So it's going to be a little different what they offer this year, but our hope is to get the last couple of people that are right on track moving along to get to advance. And so it is going to take some cost. I don't know, even if they have not announced yet, if they're going to do it remote, if there still would be a cost, because it's very possible. It's put on by the Board of Equalization at the state level, not a local thing at all. And that's probably the biggest things that pretty much call out at that point. I think, let me throw the last one. We do have one vacancy. We have 2 people sitting as interim, and our assistant and our chief. We hope to have those go permanent here soon. The one vacancy, and as I described, we have very low experience in our office, but still have been able to, achieve some wins. We probably have 4 to 5 years still to catch up all the way to where we should be, which means we're out of compliance. But to be perfectly honest, we were out of compliance first day I showed up. So we are much better than we were the first day I showed up. But we're still going to need a little bit of help as we go forward. But those are probably the big bogeys in 1123. Any questions on that before I kind of go into 2707, which is kind of wrapped up with the trust funds?
No, kind of what we've been doing all day, Rich, is we kind of been going through both, and then as people have questions, we'll go at it when we're completed. Yeah.
Perfect, no problem. So let's jump into 2707. So 2707 is the recorders. So the recorder essentially has 3 missions. And the missions that you're going to have is we record documents, and we record upward to 300 different types of documents. That doesn't mean all of them come in every single day, but it is a key economic office, meaning legal documents come through our office, contracts come through our office, deeds come through our office. A lot of things that make the economy go around come through our office. And our missions are to basically record those documents, archive it, which is a sense of indexing to prepare it, and then make it public, which basically makes the public or anybody who wants to see it have the availability of those documents. So it's a pretty important office. As far as some of the wins that we've had, we continue, and you've heard me say it multiple times, we continue to do training. We continue to do training in the morning. I will tell you, it's been a pretty challenge with the COVID, and we're getting back to trying to do possibly even some on Zoom because we still have some people teleworking. We are becoming a lot more flexible with our training and flexible with our skills and able to move people around when possible, partly because, and some other departments described it, we have actually developed people that have moved on to other positions. Well, they are still within the office. And so if we really get shorthanded, I'm able to basically move them over and they can actually work on a very temporary basis in some of those positions, which really helps us as far as being able to cross-train. Goals, you guys have heard, and we plan on bringing the resolution in probably a week or 2 for e-recording. As I've explained before, that is about a 2-year process. We are a couple months into it. And once we get the resolution through, that will set kind of the pace of what's going on. Some of the challenges there is making sure that our staff can handle the technology. And basically it's the reason we haven't taken it on earlier is just that reason. We definitely just weren't prepared on understanding the technology and being prepared to do it. The last thing you want to do is go forward when your staff can't handle exactly what we're taking on. So the other thing I wanted to make a point of is when I took office, I think in 2012, 13-ish, as an example, recorders used to pull about 114,000 issues in 12, 13 as an example from general fund. We currently give back 43,000 as of this year alone. So that's about $157,000 swing. That was based on fees being woefully under market compared to what the other 58 counties or 57 counties were doing. And that has made us fully funded, as well as it helps contribute or cover some of the cost in the assessor's office. So that's also has one vacancy, and we are looking for, it's actually a new position we are looking for. And it's not exactly a new position, and that's what will lead into the next 3 funds. When it comes to 2708 micrographics, we are transferring money over to the recorder to cover a headcount. So we're not asking for any money on the additional headcount we're asking for. How that headcount came about is we had 2 retired people that came in part-time to do indexing. And they had a lot of experience, and they came in part-time, and we usually put in about $20-something thousand for them from micrographics, because that's what they were doing. Now, since they basically have retired officially and they're not coming back part-time at all, we cannot find another retired person that does indexing, not to that level and not to replace it. So the best way to do that is actually hire somebody and train them. It will not have any general fund cost, and that's where you see a big switch between 2391 and 80, I think it's 8080, yep, 8080, and that's where you're gonna see the 52,000 come over between those 2, and that's what it's trying to do. Micrographics is essentially indexing, which helps us with our missions to record the document, but it's our second part, which is archiving documents, indexing them, and then making ready for public. 2709 is recorder modernization. We charge a fee that comes through. It's done by the state in basically the rules that we charge a fee, and that fee is set aside to modernize the recorder's office, partly because it is such a economic driver as far as documents go, and they want to make sure that we are as best we can on the proper technology and we're not too far behind. Then let's go to 2710. We are the keeper of vital records. As an example, if you have a baby, initially the birth certificate will be with health department, and after a certain period of time, it will end up in our office for record keeping. And if you down the road need a copy of that, you come to our office, and that's what this is provided for. The 2708, 2709, and 2710 are not general funds. They're basically funds that are collected, used for a very specific purpose. I can't just use them for anything. They have to be used what they're called out for. But they're not really at the discretion of, let's say, the board or anybody else to really, dip into. I can't even dip into them, to be honest, unless it's used for micrographics, modernization, or vital records. And they have to be used exactly for the purpose that they're collected for. I think that's about all I have to go over. Is any questions past that?
Rich, thank you very much. Go ahead, Supervisor.
I had some, but you answered them when you went back and forth on the budget, so it helped answer those. So I thank you. I don't have any now.
Right.
Okay, any other questions from the board at this time? On the budget units presented from Mr. Richard Ford. Okay, seeing none, it doesn't seem like there are any questions at this point from the boards. Okay, Richard, thank you very much for your presentation today. Thank you very much for all the hard work your office does. We realize how important it is to the success of the county. So thank you very much for you and all your employees and what you guys do. So, and that goes for everybody, but I just have you now. So thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and open it up. Oh, there we go, Supervisor Sabatier. All right.
I just had a thought, and I know that it's not necessarily just Mr. Ford's position for this, but I know him and I have had a conversation about property taxes sent out to those who have lost structures or homes, and I know that we had about 9 properties that were impacted by the fires. Just curious if that might be sent out with a reassessment prior to being sent out.
Now, which fire are we talking about?
The LNU complex that had some properties down in District 1 that were impacted.
That would be not going to happen in this season, just because the treasurer just extended the roll. In fact, they just extended the roll, or are doing it basically today. And so that's going to create the bills. So we're kind of past that window. as far as there might be a way to interject it, but we don't even have the information on it yet, to be honest. Usually we get a CAL FIRE report that kind of starts to let us know some of the information. At least that's how it's kind of been processed in the past. We then usually, if we can and have the staffing for it, go out and visit the property. Takes a while to process it. And so that probably for sure will not be in the season, not just due to the timing of it. So yeah, that's
Okay, I do see the auditor controller has put her hand up, so Kathy, go ahead. Can Kathy unmute herself, Jake?
I have requested her to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. So just to follow up on that, and so that Rich has this information as well, the LNU complex, there were 9 properties impacted. Only 5 of those properties actually show up on the tax roll. The total structure value of those properties is $250,000 on the tax roll. There were motorhomes involved, and then there were unpermitted structures apparently.
okay.
Okay, so I can get you that list for sure.
Actually, if you could, that'd be great. In fact, actually,
Absolutely.
this is a good point for anybody on the call. When it comes to this point of a fire, the sooner we get the information, and I know Kathy feels probably the same, and because her and I on different points will interact with this, the sooner we get the information, the sooner we can process it. If it gets delayed, and sometimes it does get delayed in other channels, it will delay kind of that processing. So it was great that Kathy jumped in on that.
Yeah, my apologies, Rich. I didn't get that to you yet. It was fairly insignificant, and so
Yeah.
it kind of went to the bottom of the pile over here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
No problem. Thanks.
Thank you both for the clarification and thanks for the question, Bruno. Any more questions from the board? Okay, no comments. All right, Jake, go ahead and open the room and see if there's any public comment.
All right, I sent to unmute out to the Zoom floor. If you would like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, hearing none, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the board for action.
All right.
Chair, I move to approve budget units 1123, 2707, 2708, 2709, and 2710.
Second.
Okay. Motion and second. Please do the roll call vote, please. Johanna?
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Okay. And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rich.
No problem. Thank you.
So now the Agricultural Commissioner, Sealer of Weights and Measures, Steve Hajek, will present the Agricultural Commissioner budget, Fish and Game, and Biological Community budget. And the first one can be found on page E155. Go ahead, Steve.
Jake, Steve is here. Can you make sure he has the ability to unmute? You'll see his name in here.
Yeah, he's here. He sent me a dialogue. I think I'm just trying to make sure I have everything right. Steve, I've given you co-host. You should be able to unmute.
There he goes.
Okay,
Right.
can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Good, thank you. Okay.
Good job, Steve.
Thanks. I didn't do anything, so my staff did. Okay, we have 3 budgets: 2601, the Ag Commissioner; 2701, Fish and Wildlife Protection and Propagation; 2714 is the Biological Community. I'll go over these briefly. 2601 covers insect pest detection, weed eradication, pear fruit inspections, farmers markets, UPS inspections and plant shipments to nurseries, nursery inspections to make sure plants are clean. One of our biggest ones is the pesticide use enforcement. We issue paperwork for pears to be shipped to other countries, the organic program, the hemp program, and weights and measures includes device inspections, weighing devices, measuring devices, handling complaints from the public, like mobile home parks that have issues with the power and water deliveries from their owners. The budget for 2601 is 51% state subvention via contracts, 12% fees, and 37% for general fund. 2701 supports projects that improve the habitat of wildlife and fisheries. It's connected to the Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee, which makes recommendations to the board for approval, and it's funded by fees, fines, and penalties. Budget 2714 is the USDA Wildlife Services budget, which helps people protect property and themselves against wild animals that maybe shouldn't be there where they're at, like skunks, possums, those kind of things. It's 64% funded by local property tax and 36% by the general fund. And the issues that I see for us, the primary issue is hiring extra help to do the insect detection trapping, and that's because the pay is very low, and we have a hard time getting people to work for us at that level of pay, which means that we have to get licensed staff to do the work, which impacts the other programs that require licensed staff, like pesticide use enforcement, like weights and measures, like farmers markets, like all those things. And that's not a good thing. The hemp program has been reduced, primarily because of poor sales, the county ordinance, and the early cannabis access, or that's not the right word, but anyway, the early cannabis activations, and that's it.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Thank you for your presentations of your budget items. We're going to go ahead and open it up to the board for any questions for these budget items presented by Steve Hajek. Are there any comments or questions on the budget? Yes, Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, it's a similar question than what I had. Thank you very much. Than I had for our librarian, where I see that professional services increased very much. It went from approximately 34,000 to 143,000. Especially there was a $115,000 adjustment in between the recommended and the final. Kind of curious what that is all about.
We have extra revenue from the state due to the surcharge for gas stations. And we also have money from last year because we should have gotten paid $70,000 for the hemp program, and we never got paid for it. We still haven't been paid for it yet. So between the 1 cent or wherever it is that the gas tax surcharge and the $70,000 for hemp, we have extra money, and that money eventually goes to weed control either in the lake or on the land.
Gotcha, okay. And then
it's state funding.
But it comes in as state funding, but it goes out as weed control.
Yes.
Okay. And then a quick question. I hadn't read through the specific titles of your revenue. What is sales poison grain?
We used to sell grain bait for ground squirrels.
Gotcha.
We no longer do that anymore because Yolo County is where we got the bait. They stopped selling the bait, so we don't have a source except to drive all the way down to Alameda County or Monterey County. So we're not going to do that. So we've stopped bait sales.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Steve.
Okay.
Any more questions at this point for our Ag Commissioner, Steve Hedrick? Okay, if not, we'll go ahead and open it up to public for public comment. Please, Jake, if you can unmute the room.
All right, yes, I will. I've sent out an unmute request to the room. If you would like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, go ahead and close the room, please.
All right.
Bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve budget units 2601, 2701, and 2714.
Second.
Motion and a second, please, Johanna. Please do the roll call.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Thank you.
Steve, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now County Council, Anita Grant will present the budget unit for County Council, Public Liability, and Workers' Compensation. And the first budget unit, County Council, can be found on page E29. Anita?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board. I'd like to say first off that the photo that appears in our budget documents is not something new post-COVID. It's our photo from last year. We all think we look the same, so we decided to keep it. I think there's probably only one of us who doesn't, but she's not admitting anything today. With regard to 1231, your board's quite aware of my office. We presently have 3 staff attorneys, one with one opening, a risk manager, and a legal secretary. We work with your board, we work with departments. Most of the work we do is behind the scenes. We assist in drafting resolutions, ordinances, agreements, leases, policies, procedures, etc. We answer questions where there's a phone call that comes in and says, this is happening right now, what's your advice? And things that take a couple of months to review because of their complexity. We're involved in litigation, juvenile dependencies, conservatorships, land use matters, landfill issues. We're involved in everything that the county is involved in, and as new things are presented to departments, new issues, new goals, those become our goals in the sense that we offer and assist. That is essentially who we are. You don't see any drastic changes in our budget. We tend to be a very low maintenance office. We make do with what we have and just try and keep working.
Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, okay, with regard to public liability, as your board knows, that's a risk management function, handling the public liability claims. The county is a member of the CSAC Excess Insurance Authority. That's an insurance sharing, risk sharing pool for insurance coverage. We have begun with a new third-party administrator with which we're very happy, shaking things up, and also to ensure that there is as great a responsiveness to the claims that are submitted as can possibly occur. The faster claims are reviewed and responded to, the less cost to the county. I can say, and I can and should have said this with regard to 1231, that the work with regard to these claims, the work with regard to county council, and it's certainly going to be true of workers' comp, none of it could exist without the absolute cooperation and collaboration of all the county departments. Everyone always steps to the plate and works with us and with the third-party administrator on all of these issues. Lake County has a very heightened team ethos, and it's wonderful in terms of the kind of work my office does because we rely on it heavily. With regard to workers' comp, we're continuing with the same third-party administrator. This is also part of the Excess Insurance Authority. We have been able to, with a series of actions and planning in the last few years, claims have gone down by $1.2 million. And we're proud of that. It, again, without the collaboration of departments and certainly employees across the board, none of these things would be at all possible. And with that, I would like to thank admin and the auditor's office, because I call Kathy with stupid financial questions and she doesn't make me feel too dumb, and with all county departments. So I'll wait for questions from your board.
Anita, thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you very much, all the folks and staff in your office. Thank you very much for everything that you do for us. But go ahead and open it up for the board for any questions for Anita. Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, I know that last year when we were discussing your department, I believe that you were slightly surprised that you had a personnel allocation of 8. It looks like it's back down to 7. Was that one unfunded, or was that a funded position?
Well, that was one with the last budget go around. In order to maintain our numbers, we did lose one, as did, I believe, admin.
Okay. And you said you have 3 vacancies, is that correct?
No, just one vacancy.
Okay.
And we've kept it open for a little bit into this year on purpose, because we needed a couple of months of salary savings to stay within net county cost.
Okay, I appreciate that information. No, it's I know that that position is an important one because your staff is it's a fairly small staff department. And one extra staff would make a huge difference. And I know that just about everything that we see every single Tuesday has already gone through your department for review, possibly assistance, and more than that. I do want to give you a huge kudos. Your economic development portion of your summary for County Council basically begs the addition of your services to the economic development team, because it sounds like you understand, because you work with every single department, what is a routine thing that everybody does that we can try to coordinate together as one. And so I appreciate you having that world view. But other than that, I do not have any further questions about your budget. So thank you very much for what you do for us.
Oh, you're more than welcome. Thank you. And we're always happy to help with anything. We'd much rather be doing, trust me.
Thank you, Anita. Any other board members' comments or questions for Anita? Go ahead, Rob.
I don't have a question of Anita, but I'm wondering if Bruno can go out in the hallway and check on Christopher, because he hasn't moved since his presentation. He hasn't even blinked.
Yeah.
And why has he got a picture of Jim Steele behind him instead of Eddie? That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Anita, thank you very much. Like I said, I thank your department for all things you do, and I don't have any questions on the budget, so we'll go ahead and push this out to public comment at this point. Jake, can you open the room?
Yes, I will open up the Zoom floor here. I've sent out an unmute request. If you would like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, go ahead and close the room. We'll bring it back for action on the the 3 budget items presented by County Council.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve budget units 1231, 9919, and 9920.
Second.
Motion and second. Please, Johanna, do the roll call vote.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, board. I can't tell you how much I appreciate all of you individually and collectively. And again, thank you to Carol and her staff and Kathy and hers. Thank you. Thank you, Anita.
Thank you, Anita.
Yep.
Okay, now the Information Technology Director, Shane French, will present the information technology Budget Unit 1904, which is found on page E68. Shane?
Hey, good afternoon, Board. Shane French, Director of IT for the County of Lake. The IT budget this year is not substantially changed. It's pretty similar to last year's, but I just wanted to kind of touch on some highlights, some changes, and then take your questions. We have 10 positions allocated to our department, of which 3 are currently unfilled. They've been unfilled for some time. Before the pandemic, we moved to recruit for 2 of our information technology technician positions. And I put those on hold about the time that the pandemic rolled around because I felt that it wasn't the right time to proceed with filling those. So those are currently still not filled. So we are currently about 70% staffed with our current allocation level. I do not have plans in the immediate future to fill those. As far as revenue, that's probably an important spot to touch on in our budget this year. Our revenue is, I've lowered the anticipated revenue estimate for a couple of reasons. One, because I'm anticipating potential decreased revenues due to budget cuts, potential budget cuts due to COVID-19 and other difficulties in the coming year. So I've actually done about a 10% decrease in estimates based on our running average total. And then also there were some concerns with the A87 cost plan this year that were brought to my attention right before the preparation of budget. Basically, it appears that we may have overcharged some departments based on our current billing methodology. That hasn't been completely borne out yet, but I thought that it would be most prudent to estimate low and have a more conservative estimate on the revenue and then base our expenditures on that lower estimate. As far as increases in the budget this year, there aren't too many, but there's one significant one, and that's in Object Code 12 for communications. You might remember that last year, about mid-year, your board approved an increase in funding for our main internet connectivity because we were just running out of bandwidth for a lot of things. And that was well-timed because right about after that is when the pandemic hit and we had a lot of folks working from home, and it just wouldn't have been doable without that increase. So there is an increase in Object Code 12, a fairly significant increase actually, but that's really the only place where we've had a very significant increase. We've also got a little bit of an increase in Object Code 2951, which is our central garage vehicle mileage, but that's offset by some decreases in 2950. We've got pretty significant decreases in Object Code 17 for maintenance of equipment. A lot of that is due to another item that your board approved last fiscal year, wherein we upgraded a firewall and actually decreased our ongoing maintenance costs. So we're going to kind of reap the benefits of that for a couple of years and decrease maintenance costs. We also just cut our general allocation for network and PC maintenance funds. That one we might have to come back at mid-year and look at because we typically do spend that allocation down. But we're doing everything we can to try to keep costs as low as possible this year. As far as 2380, we've removed all of the allocation from that unit. That's a professional and specialized services that we tend to use for vendor assistance with certain projects, subcontractors and things of that sort. We are finding that we don't really use all of those funds most years, so we're going to cut that this year and try to make without. And then, of course, in 27, that's about 50% of last year's allocation. Probably the biggest place to look is going to be 2830 special department services and supplies. Again, we're reaping some benefits for some prepaid maintenance contracts and lower costs on software licensing fees and things of that nature. We negotiated better pricing on our email security solution than what we had anticipated. So that's going to work out well for us this year. We migrated to a new e-signature platform this year that is roughly 50% of the cost per transaction to what we were paying previously. So there's significant savings there as well. And, you know, we have made significant cuts to staff training this year just because we're not likely to be traveling anywhere and doing any in-person training. So we're going to stick to online trainings. Those actually seem to work out pretty well for most of our staff. And perhaps in the future, look at bringing back some of those on-premises trainings. 2950 as well is cut because we're just not anticipating really going anywhere, traveling very far. We're not requesting any fixed assets this year. Historically, we do have fixed asset requests. We haven't this year or last year. However, I am anticipating that next year we're going to need to make some requests for fixed assets to upgrade some storage. That'll probably be a fairly significant expense. And that's actually pretty much all I have, so I'm ready to take your questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Shane. Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions and comments. One is your last statement was to increase storage. Is it cheaper to increase storage physically, or is it cheaper to access larger amounts of storage via the cloud? Which one will you be aiming for?
So it kind of depends on the use case. We already leverage quite a bit of cloud storage for things like backup, archival. The reason being is that we want to have an offsite copy of certain data, and we pretty much have that everywhere here, but there's just some ways that cloud storage is just going to be a better fit for some of the use cases. However, I would say that for most of our use cases, cloud storage is not going to be less expensive. It's going to be more. It's just not that expensive to spin up basic storage space, what I would call like Windows server storage. It depends a lot on what you're doing with the storage, but things like archiving, it can be really good, because if you need to keep a lot of data for a long time and you're just not going to touch it for a long time and you don't want to maintain it or do anything with it, there's some online services that are very good at doing that very inexpensively, and we already leverage those for that reason, really.
Right. No, and the reason I ask is because I'm really hopeful, and I know we're working on a permanent policy for work from home. And if there is more people that do choose to, in the long run, work from home, then the cloud storage would be a lot more useful than only the physical storage here, like at the courthouse or something like that. But that's for the future when you get to that. My other question for you was about your personnel, and I want to share a comment before I ask the question. I absolutely 100% appreciate the efforts of Jake, and I'm going to maybe butcher his last name, Rinke?
That's right.
Is that right? Okay. He has been absolutely critical to make every single one of these meetings function properly. And that, to me, has been a huge asset for us, but what has that done to you as far as him being an asset to you? Because obviously, like today, we're having an 8-hour meeting. Yesterday, we had an 8-hour meeting. And that's not to say he's not multitasking, and if he is, awesome, amazing. But the fact is, he's being taken away from your services. So I know you said you had 3 out of your 10 that are vacant at this moment in time. But we have Jake, who's helping out more in an administrative role, I would almost suggest, rather than your typical IT role. So now that looks more like you have 6 out of 10. And I see that you're not changing anything within your salaries and compensations, and I just kind of feel like we're using somebody in an administrative way, and IT's paying for it. And wondering if that's something that we can resolve, something that we need to fix, or is that not a problem for you at all?
Well, so first of all, yes, Jake is doing a fantastic job of multitasking, and I appreciate you bringing this up. We've had a few discussions about it, but I would tend to agree that someone like Jake, a highly technical individual with tech skills, is best suited for doing tech work. And it's really, I guess it's just really hard because Jake's doing such a great job of this. It's going to be very hard to find somebody to do that job as well as he does, tech person or not. But I would agree with you that it is primarily not an IT function. But I guess at this point, staff is maintaining this pretty well. You know, like I said, I've discussed it with Jake a bit. As I'm sure you've noticed, he's very willing to continue to do it and is always available. So the arrangement we have currently is fine. I don't think anybody anticipates that this will be a forever thing. I mean, at least I think we hope it's not. But I think we're managing pretty well for now is what I would say.
Okay. And one of my reasons I ask is because of the amount of people that are logging in to listen to our meetings in comparison to when we just have it live, I would suggest that maybe we're going to look at making this a permanent addition to our meeting so everyone can access it from home, from their work, from their car, whatever it is that they're from. And so I'm looking for a permanent solution to this rather than the temporary that was created and has seemed to be more permanent as we keep going into it. But maybe that's a conversation for further on. I just want to make sure that you're able to still do the work that we're asking you to do with part-time Jake rather than full-time Jake when it comes to IT. And he has got the best attitude I've ever seen, and right now he's probably the most well-informed community member and staff member out of anyone else from always being on these meetings and hearing everything we're doing. And so my appreciation for both your department and what you've taken on and seeing no changes in your budget. In fact, you're asking for less this year than you were last year, even though you've been so pivotal to making everything happen for us because of COVID-19 and doing it in such a short time. I just want to share absolute 100% appreciation for you and your department. So thank you so much.
Yeah, I think that goes across the board as far as us even being able to do what we're doing right now and the expediency that it was done to get this set up. And not only what you're seeing here, but also we have folks working from home that I know your department just went above and beyond to get done for the teleworking during this COVID-19. And I also want to just encourage, I know you have those open department or those open spots in your department. And I would just encourage you, thank you very much for being conservative, but to get out and then, hopefully start recruiting for those positions that need to be filled. I think that's very important as we move through this budget approval process. And, we can always come back and do something if it needs to be changed in the future. And I appreciate you being diligent and looking at the future. But we know that your staff needs that support and, just encourage you to move forward with it with the approval today. Hopefully that's coming here pretty quickly. Supervisor Scott?
I would just like to agree with that. I think more and more we are going to rely on you and your staff to be able to do the work. And I think we have to also remember it's not just our meetings that Jake is doing.
Right.
Jake's also doing planning commission. I've seen him in community meetings. Anytime that the county is on a Zoom, Jake is there. And I agree. He is absolutely amazing. He does have incredible energy. I would love to bottle that and take some of that. But no, we're very, very thankful to have Jake. And
you just need
I agree. I think this is going to be something that it's going to be long term, I believe, for us. I love the fact that we have more community members joining us via Zoom and participating than we ever did before. So thank you for that.
You just need a rock star.
And, I just want to, our economic development, I know when we have our economic development conversations, I think I've heard you say a couple, I don't know how we provide, but we want to take Lake County into the 21st century and all of our departments and the technology that we're going to be bringing forward. So you're a key part of that, just like everyone else, but, technology. I couldn't even be on some of these calls if I didn't get the help from your department. And that's just, I hope other people will admit that, but I will definitely admit the support that you give just so we can do these things. So I want to, just reiterate that to you, that we are going to be leaning on your department as we go over the next decade to improve the lives and also the services we offer to our constituents. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I wish Jake did house calls.
Yeah, I just want to thank all of you though, too. Shane, I come to situations where my password or something goes wrong and I have to call you up, and you guys are always very helpful. We were only hijacked, I think, twice out of this whole time frame since March. And those are interesting times, but Jake handled it very well. Your department handled it very well. And I think we haven't had anything since, and I'll knock on wood. But yeah, thank you.
I appreciate that. I do want to mention that one of the reasons that we're able to operate at such low staffing levels, I was looking at the budget from 10 years ago, and our allocations then, I remember we were full. We had everybody staffed, and it was roughly 50%, it is roughly 50% of those levels. And we're just doing a lot more today than we ever have been. And I think what everybody needs to understand is that that's because of my staff. It's just the right group of people at the right time, and they're all just great. And I appreciate the feedback on Jake. Everybody on this team is just really incredible, and they've just made all of this happen. And I'm really thankful for that.
And I think, thank you for reiterating that too. We know it takes the entire staff and everything. We see Jake all the time, so that's probably why we're just throwing Jake's in there, Dave. But I know all the folks in your department are just, they do a great job for us. So no one ever thought that Lake County could be completely virtual and teleworking. And it was done by all assets of our government, and all of our employees, admin to IT to every department head. So I want to commend everybody, but ultimately the tech guys and ladies are the ones that get it completed. So thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and open this up for public comment. Jake, if you could open the room.
Oh, no, I don't know if I could do that right now. I'm over here smiling too much. Okay, yeah, so
that's why I didn't say anything. I want to try to keep it real with this poor guy.
He's going to take off.
All right. He probably just walked across the lake over to Clear Lake.
Not good for my ego. All right, so I sent out an unmute request to the room. If you would like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, go and close the room. We'll bring it back for these budget units that were presented by Shane French, our IT director. Go ahead.
I'll go ahead and motion to approve budget unit 1904. That's the sole budget unit, right?
Right.
Yep.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Joanna, please do the roll call.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott? Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now the Auditor Controller County Clerk, Kathy Saderlin, will present the Auditor Budget Unit and the Disaster Response and Recovery Budget Unit, which initially can be found on page E16. Kathy?
Good afternoon. Hopefully you
Good
can.
afternoon, Kathy.
Hi.
Yes.
Okay, so Auditor Controller budget. The total requested budget for the Auditor Controller is 1.2 million with estimated revenue of 239,000 roughly, maintaining the required net county cost of 992,000. For comparison, our 1920 budget, our net county cost allowance was 988,731. We actually ended the fiscal year with a lower net county cost of 803,254, primarily because of salary savings from vacant positions. As your board is aware, this budget unit is a general fund budget that provides accounting services to a multitude of customers, including all county departments, Lake County Office of Education, all the school districts, transit agencies, First Five, the independent special districts under their own board, which are the water, fire, cemetery, and resource conservation districts in the county. We also are the county clerk, issuing marriage licenses and performing marriage ceremonies and all things required of the county clerk by the Secretary of State, including Form 700 compliance. Our statutory Form 700 duties involve 77 different agencies, and we currently have 519 annual filers. This is an automated task to the extent that the filers are able to comply with that automation. Cost recovery services for the department are approximately 87% of net county cost. And that is accomplished through the countywide cost allocation plan, as well as for the accounting services and county clerk fees that we charge. Our past year accomplishments included retooling our accounting processes to accommodate a rapid conversion in the remote workforce, which included updating all of our policies and procedures and manuals to include the new processes to address audit requirements. We retooled our county clerk processes to accommodate additional online and remote public service, which included by appointment, and we moved many of our services to online, and we implemented stringent social distancing protocol. Our service levels remain stable even through the pandemic and the closure of the courthouse. And illustrate that, it was in 2019, we issued 222 marriage licenses, and in 2020, we had 218. So relatively unchanged. In addition, during this very trying year, we kept county employees paid on time, our vendors were paid timely, and our financial reporting was kept up to date. We survived all this, including the pandemic and what we're going through now, with an average of a 31% vacancy rate, which is where I will sit as of this coming Monday when I lose my one chief deputy. So highlights of the budget for the upcoming year include the cloud migration, and this will require focused and significant staffing resources. We've been hampered by that. We did start it in May of 2020. And we hope to complete that this fiscal year. And you just heard from your IT director. I told him I'd finish it by December, so I'm saying this fiscal year. The appropriations in our professional and specialized services were adjusted to accommodate this conversion to the cloud. Our software costs will increase for this cloud-based software versus on-premise. That's our annual maintenance will increase. Other costs will go down for IT and for some of the other services in the county, some of the other staffing in the county, in the auditor controller's office, sorry. This budget unit, as submitted to your board, in order to meet the net county cost, includes unfunding 3/4 of one of my accountant auditors. I'm hopeful that with salary savings, that I'll be able to restore that at some point. It is a needed position. However, my goal is to maintain that net county cost that's allowed to the department. In addition, changes since the submittal of the budget included moving the payroll division to the confidential employee group, and those salary adjustments are being absorbed within the current budget. And if anything needs to be changed, we'll come back mid-year. In closing out the discussion on my budget, this budget unit, I want to thank all the county departments for their patience and their partnership this past year. It's been, and it continues to be, a difficult environment for all of us. And yet we all continue to work toward the common goal of quality public service. So I do thank them all. And I also want to acknowledge at this time the unrelenting dedication of the auditor controller county clerk team. We lost some valuable team members this past year, and we also gained some valuable team members. And so I feel very fortunate to be able to work with them each and every day. So that is my auditor controller budget unit. If you have any questions, Supervisor Sabatier.
Supervisor Sabatier.
I do have a question, and I'm saddened to see, because I know the amount of work that your staff do, and I wish it was just crunching numbers and making sure people get paid, but it's so much more than that. And to see not only that you have 3/4 of a staff position going unfunded, you also went down one whole position because you used to have 14 in our adopted budget of 1920, but now you're at a full 13 if you take the unfunded with the funded. I'm concerned about the, and really it doesn't matter if it's at 14 or 13 right now. If you have some vacancies, we need to fill those vacancies, but at the same time, I'm concerned about how much is expected of a single department that is not just important to us, but important to so many other special districts and so many other school districts and so many other agencies throughout the county. All I can say is I want to do more. We need to do more, and I'm asking you, other than the obvious, which would probably be the salaries, what else we can do to provide you support.
And to kind of clarify, it does look like we went down in position allocation, but your board last year, when I was losing a longtime employee, you increased my allocation. It was normally 13 in the auditor controller. So we increased it to 14 so that we could have some crossover. It actually didn't materialize, but it was a good plan. So it's restored back to what it was pre that additional kind of like a succession plan. So you have been very generous with allowing us to maintain our position allocation, and I very much appreciate that. You are correct. It's part of, I mean, I don't want to belabor this too much, but certainly the salaries for the accounting field within the county are not near market. And so it is very difficult for us to fill those positions. And even if I were able to, I will say, it was mentioned earlier, I wouldn't have space for additional staff. So that would be an issue as well. But I definitely appreciate those thoughts. Because I do think that you are correct. It would be nice to have a more robust finance office.
Right, and I just, I guess my mind thinks of the days where people call in sick, people go on vacation, and it's just that it makes it that much more stressful of a situation to the point where people don't want to call in sick and people don't want to go on vacation, or else it just piles up. And I've been there and I know it exists. I also just, as a final word, I know that you are one of our hardest working staff, including director. I know that you and Anita Grant have a little challenge of who can leave the latest, which I wish you wouldn't do. But I just want to thank you for all your loyalty and dedication to the job and to this county, because you do a whole lot.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions at this point for Kathy on the percentage budget units?
Kathy, thank you for everything.
Didn't you have one more budget unit, or did I
Yeah.
ask her?
Yes, I have one more. Disaster. The disaster response and recovery budget unit. That's the budget unit that was exclusively for disaster related costs and federal and state cost reimbursement for those disasters. And it also this year includes additional non-traditional disaster related monies for the CARES Act that will be used for cost recovery and community economic stimulus related to COVID-19. That's that $6.5 million that's available to Lake County, as well as the PG&E settlement monies received as a result of, and hopefully Anita's still on the line here. I have in my notes here, the PG&E settlement monies received as a result of the tenacity and extraordinary work of county council and the collective efforts of county administration. And that's been put into the disaster budget unit as a placeholder. The total requested appropriations in this budget unit are $13,000,13.6, and the total estimated revenue is $10 million. The budget unit starts the 2021 fiscal year with a $9.2 million fund balance carried forward. And for 2021, we've established a $2 million reserve for audit exceptions and a $4.5 million for advances to be returned. Those numbers sound very, very large, and they are, and they fluctuate significantly. And so it's really hard to compare year over year because of the stacked disasters. There are a couple changes that have occurred since the submittal of the budget, and that was the elimination of an accountant auditor and a switch over to a disaster program manager to more adequately address the continuing and additional responsibilities of the CARES Act, disaster closeout, and the upcoming audits. And I thank you very much, the board, for supporting and approving this change. I've been fortunate to find, I believe, just the right person, somebody who's a previous county employee familiar with our systems, and she's moving full steam ahead on it. And she's working with the ad hoc committee. Past year accomplishments in this budget unit are continuing to juggle the 12, now 13 different disaster events with LNU. And we received 2.6 million of disaster reimbursements last year. And quickly, the status of the disasters, none of them are complete. They're all still in progress since 2015. So quickly, the Rocky Fire, it's closed but audit pending. Jerusalem closed, audit pending. Valley, permanent road projects are pending. So it's still open and audit pending. Clayton Fire is not yet closed. It's got insurance collection project and then audit pending. Winter storms 1 and 2 of 2017, it's closed, but it's audit pending. Sulphur Fire, it's closed except for the insurance collection project, and then the audit's pending. The Pawnee Fire, same thing, insurance collection project is ongoing, and we have audit pending. Mendocino Complex, it's closed except for the insurance collection project and then the audit pending. And then in 2019, winter storms, again, permanent road projects are pending. We have our PSPS events in 2019. We have the funding that was received, and it's remaining to be spent, some of that, and it's audit ready. And now we have, in 2020, we have the COVID-19, which is in progress, and now LNU complex fire in progress. So that's a real quick snapshot, and that's a change from what I submitted, obviously, a month ago. So upcoming for us are the CARES Act cost compilation, the reporting and the compliance, and our additional focus goal to continue closing out these disasters and distribute the funding to the applicable departments and prepare for the audits of the closed disasters. Each year I've listed this as a priority. Each year I hope that we would be closing some of these, and each year we work really hard to do just that. And if we could have a break, we might actually close one of these. So that's the disaster budget unit, if you have any questions.
Thank you, Kathy. Any questions for Kathy on either of the budget units presented?
I have no questions. I'd just like to thank Jake again, just because.
Probably throwing that in there. Kathy, thank you very much for your presentation. I know Supervisor Spatier has his hand up. Go ahead, Supervisor.
So I am looking at the revenue 81-01 for other settlements that we received. It's about 3.5 million. I'm not looking for the entirety of this to be pulled. I would like to at least look at maybe about $2 million. This revenue comes directly because of the aftermath of the Sulphur Fire. And there is a community just north of the city of Clear Lake in Windflower Point, past the Gooseneck, that was traumatized by what occurred during that fire. And unfortunately, unlike the other fires, there was not really the same situation that presented itself. And so here we find ourselves with some funds because of that circumstance that presented itself. And I think that some of that money, at least the majority of that money, should be put back into that community to help them rebuild. There is damage to the roads. We can look at reduction of fees for rebuilding homes that were lost. I think that it's only right that since we somehow got to benefit due to their trauma, that we help them deal with their trauma and put some of that, if not the majority of it, back into that community that was affected by this.
Okay,
Bring it back to the agenda. That's a board policy thing and not a auditor controller thing, but
Yeah.
I think it's a good idea. Bring it back. Let's talk about it. Kathy
Well-
could probably tell us what we can spend it on, but.
And I mentioned that it's there, so it is available there and it has been appropriated, so it's available, that does make it available to be spent. But certainly it won't be spent without board direction. And honestly, it was a last minute addition to the disaster response and recovery budget unit. I am not certain, and I apologize, I haven't even had a chance to really dig into it. I'm not certain how that amount was determined. So I think for me, I would go to what is the source? Why did it end up being the amount that it is? What was submitted that made it be this amount? And that would be where you would initially look to reimburse.
Yeah, and Anita and Carol can help us with that because that was definitely part of the discussion we had initially in closed session.
Right.
So yes, we can absolutely have future discussion with the board about how to spend those funds, you bet.
Okay. All right, so look, another budget item. Today, we're looking at, all right, Bruno, thank you very much for your request, but I think at this time, we're going to go ahead and seems like a consensus that conversation is for another time, and we're going to go ahead and open this up for public comment on these two budget units that were presented by the auditor controller. Jake, can you open the room?
Yes, I will open up the Zoom room here. I've sent out a unmute request. If you would like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, go ahead and close it up. We'll bring it back to the board.
All right.
Action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve budget units 1121 and 1920.
Second.
Second.
Johanna, go ahead and do the roll call vote.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, now the treasurer tax collector, Barbara Ringen, will present budget unit 1122, which is treasurer tax collector, which is found on page E20. Barbara?
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, just to start, the department overview, the treasurer tax collector operates with 3 divisions: treasury, tax, and court county debt collections. Treasury functions include banking and cash flow management, pooled investments, depository services, warrant maintenance, unclaimed estates, and deferred compensation administration. Tax collector functions include the billing and collection of property tax, transient occupancy tax, cannabis cultivation tax, preparation of tax liens, and coordination of tax defaulted land auctions. The collection division collects court fines, fees, and countywide debts. The treasurer tax collector's operations are funded through service fees, reimbursements, and general funding. The majority of revenue is generated from delinquent property tax fees and penalties, accounting and treasury administrative fees, cost reimbursement for delinquent court fines. The expenditures for 2021, if approved, we will be purchasing a Pitney Bowes folder inserter This purchase will replace our current inserter, which we purchased approximately 10 years ago. The folder inserter is used on a regular basis to mail tax bills, notices, and statements for our collection division. Regarding our positions, we have one unfilled accounting position, which we are in the process of interviewing candidates and are hopeful this position will be filled in the near future. We are also in the process of interviewing candidates for an accounting technician position that will be vacant the first week of October. Our accomplishments: we successfully collected in excess of $98 million in property taxes and assessments for county, school districts, and independent special districts. Our office purchased and started the implementation of Megabyte TOT system, which will allow electronic filing. We successfully filled 2 vacancies, but unfortunately one of the positions we filled will become vacant in October. Our goals for the 2021 year is our first priority will be to focus on conducting 2 tax defaulted land sales, the implementation of Check 21 process, which will allow us to send checks to the bank electronically, update our webpage to include important information for taxpayers regarding the annual tax cycle, avoiding penalties, questions regarding supplemental bills, and the do's and don'ts related to the annual tax bills. We will continue staff development and training for our current and new employees, along with cross-training our current employees. That concludes my summary.
Thank you, Barbara. Okay, we'll go ahead and the board for any questions for our tax collector. Supervisor Sabatier.
Never mind. I was looking at 8080, the other financing, and I just read the numbers incorrectly, so never mind.
Okay. All right, any questions from the board on the budget unit 1122 presented by Treasurer Tax Collector? Okay, hearing none, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open this up to public comment. Jake, can you open the room?
Yes, I will unmute the Zoom floor here. I've sent out a unmute request. If you would like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, let's go ahead and close it up, bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve budget unit 1122.
Motion is second. Go for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, at 4:10, what I'd like to do is take a 5-minute break, and then we will finish up. I think today's timing, if we go till 5 p.m., but we'll take a 5-minute break and then come back and resume with animal care and control.
Okay, so the Animal Control Director, Jonathan Armis, will present the Animal Care and Control Budget Unit and the Vet Medical Clinic budget, which can be found on E174 starting out. Jonathan?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you. I am Jonathan Armis. I'm the Director of Lake County Animal Care and Control and the Animal Medical Clinic. Just a brief summary of the shelter and what we do. The main service we do provide for the public is calls for assistance in the field. We take stray animals and we do place animals in our care in new homes. For field services last year, we saw about 1,300 calls for service. And our top calls throughout that fiscal year was loose dogs, welfare checks, which are like cruelty investigations, those types of things. And then loose vicious dogs and bites were about tied for third. Over this last year, we actually hired and trained a total of 3 officers, and we're actually in the process of trying to fill that last vacant position. We do suffer as a county from an overpopulation problem for pets, and that means that we do have to transfer animals out of the county to keep our live release rate, our live release rate numbers high. Last fiscal year, we were able to create and fill a position for adoption coordinator. And with that, we saw a decrease of 28% in the number of dogs euthanized and 8% in cats. But I want to stress that is in our live release rates. That is just strictly number to number. And then as far as our budget, everything is very similar besides our workers' compensation. We have a decrease of $81,000, which allows us to kind of plug that into areas that the shelter has been needing some TLC for some time, like maintenance. Our buildings have had some issues, and that'll allow us to get those issues corrected. As far as the clinic, if you want me to go into that, I can do that real quick because it is pretty imperative towards the shelter itself. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. So our clinic, it provides services to the public through our low-income spay and neuter program, a community cat program, and a vaccination clinic. But most importantly, the clinic itself allows medical care for all the animals within the shelter, and that we do bring in. And that allows the shelter to provide mandated care to the animals and at a level that is generally expected by the community higher than what's mandated. And that allows it so that we can do everything in-house instead of having to go to a veterinarian where costs could be way increased. It also keeps our adoption rates low because we can perform all the surgeries in-house. The clinic's biggest change over this next fiscal year is that we're going to see a big drop in revenue. There's the big reason for that is we are unable to perform the same amount of surgeries during COVID, and we always seem to shut down during fires. We've begun performing surgeries again. We're just not going to be able to keep at our capacity, and between social distancing, social distancing and other issues. Beyond that, I think that is just a quick rundown of both of those budget units, and that's 2703 and 2711. And so if you have any questions, comments, or anything, I'd be happy to try and answer them for you.
Excellent. Jonathan, thank you very much. Go ahead and bring it to the board. Any questions from the board at this time? Supervisor Sabatier?
My mic was off. I
There you go.
apologize. Thank you very much for that presentation. I'm sorry, I know you said what the live release rate was. Wondering if you could repeat that.
So these are actually decreases between our euthanasia rates just on number to number. So for example, it was 28% decrease in dogs and 8 in cats. But that was, let's say if we euthanized 100 dogs last year, we saw a decrease of 28 over that other year. So our actual live release rates, as far as the math goes, we changed the way that the previous director was getting those numbers. And so our rates actually went to, I think, around mid 60%. It's on our website.
And that's both for felines and canines?
Correct. And so our canines are about an 85% live release rate. Our cats is where we actually have the true problem, and that's because they are, the majority of them are feral. They're very hard to place in homes. During kitten season, we oftentimes will get litters of kittens that are too young to care for without quite a bit of staff. So those things do affect those numbers, and our live release on cats are about, I think, mid 50s or low 50%.
Right. No, I appreciate those numbers. I appreciate your hard work. No further
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board members? Okay. All right, hearing none. Kind of moving along right now. We'll go ahead and open it up for comment at this point, public comment. Jake, can you open the room?
Yes, I will open up the Zoom floor here. I sent out a unmute request. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Hearing nothing. Jake, go ahead and close up the room. We'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve budget units 2703 and 2711.
Second.
Excellent. Johanna, motion and a second.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Jonathan, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now the Chief Probation Officer, Rob Howe, will present Budget Unit 2302, which is probation, found on page E147. Rob?
Good afternoon, Board. Thank you for your time. Admin, thank you for your time as well, not just for today, but for the entire process. As always, it's a pleasure to work with you guys. The time, availability, and the patience you provide is appreciated. Even when you have to tell me, no, I can't have any more money, it's still not an unpleasant process. I appreciate that. I'll give a little overview of the department. The probation department provides services that enhance public safety. We're an arm of the Lake County Superior Court, and as such, we conduct investigations, author reports, and make recommendations to Lake County Superior Court judges. We supervise offenders, utilize evidence-based practices in programming, testing, counseling, and assessments with the objective of reducing recidivism. And we encourage engage in the collection of restitution and support victim restoration programs. The probation department supervises approximately 1,000 adult offenders, 141 juvenile offenders, and prepares approximately 1,500 adult and juvenile court-ordered reports per year. That fluctuates anywhere between 1,500 and over 2,000, and could increase based on some circumstances I'll discuss later. A few of the accomplishments for the past year: through the application of evidence-based practices in adult probation supervision over the past 5 calendar years, the probation department has produced the following results. Felony probation revocation resulting in state prison time has been kept to approximately 1%, 20% overall revocation rate. The 1% is obviously just those who went back to prison. For post-release community supervision, revocations resulting in state prison terms were kept to less than 5%. Those numbers are important for a couple of reasons. The first one is reducing recidivism, of course, is one of our goals, but a significant amount of our funding, specifically SB 678, is performance-based, as the state calls it, meaning that the fewer people we revoke that end up back in prison, the more we can handle here, the more money we get with that SB. Let's see, another goal is during the past fiscal year, our Family Wrap Preventative Program. That's a program we used in our juvenile division. It was brought to a close because of some funding loss. DSS traditionally funds that. They lost some funding. That's been one of our most successful preventative programs. We've been able to assist 77 youths over the past 4 years. That program is a program that combines Department of Social Services, behavioral health, Office of Education, and probation, all combined to help at-risk kids, to try to keep them out of the system. We like that program, so we're currently working with the Office of Education to find a way to keep it going with our own staffing and with some grant options that they're trying to find. Let's see, by employing a new streamlined collection process, the probation department has seen a $50,000 plus increase in restitution collections for fiscal year 1920. That's substantial for us. As I earlier stated, one of our primary goals is to support victim restoration programs. Our officers and clerical staff, the probation department, take pride in providing over 1,500 court-ordered reports annually. These reports are provided within a rigid time frame to ensure that sentences are completed and prescribed by statute. During the past year, reports provided with virtually 0 reportable errors and with 100% on-time record with the courts. Probation also provides hundreds of man-hours to the courts in the form of officers available to provide first-hand assistance during detention, sentencing, and violation of probation hearings. Next accomplishment I want to go over is the Day Reporting Center. Been a little challenge here in the COVID world, but our Day Reporting Center hosts classes in programming and job readiness, courage to change, career point, adult education, moral recognition therapy, and alcohol and other drug counseling. We were able to add nurturing families programs last year, and despite, again, the challenges with COVID, we're continuing that. We're learning a different way to operate this. We're using Zoom, Skype. We're providing written materials and going over it with phones anything we can to keep this programming going. We've actually seen some benefits. Transportation's always been a real challenge for particularly our South County clientele and our North Shore clientele. We're able to get them to take some of these classes without having to try to find a ride to Lakeport. It's kind of opened our eyes to look into maybe being able to provide our clients with a device and some sort of hotspot or data program or some kind of internet connection. And again, that's just something we'll look for in the future. As far as the actual budget goes, you'll see that the appropriations revenues essentially stayed the same, not a whole lot of significant changes in any of those. I do like to mention in our revenue section, although we're a general fund department, well over half, I think it's about 60% this year of our revenues is non-general fund. So we do rely pretty heavily on state, federal program funds, grants, that kind of thing, and we'll continue to do that. I can answer any questions about the budget that you have. I kind of wanted to spend most of my time going over a little bit, I guess, the concerns and challenges that we think we'll face coming up in the next fiscal year. I have a few specific that kind of concern me. The first one, I know you've heard it a lot today and you'll continue to hear it, but it has to do with staffing. Our department is currently, we have a vacancy rate of 21% overall department, and unfortunately about 30% with our deputy probation officers right now. That's a little bit deceptive in that we were trying to maintain 3 to 4 vacancies. Frankly, we weren't really trying hard to fill them because we were anticipating potential cuts as well as maybe class and comp, resulting in having to come up with some money. Anyway, the 8 total vacancies we have now is a bit of a concern. We've flown 3 times for deputy probation officer in the past 3 to 4 months. Really haven't had any success yet. We have 4 in background currently, peace officer background. 3 more that we're waiting for them to turn their background in, and I believe HR has a test scheduled for Friday, which is the written deputy probation officer test. So we're hoping to get a few more applicants out of that. It's important to us because we're facing some potential tough times in the future, which brings up my next concern. I believe the board's all aware of SB 10. Senate Bill 10 was the bail reform. It was signed by the governor and then a successful referendum put it on the November ballot. If that does pass, essentially what it would mean is every county has to develop their own pre-trial agency, is what they're calling it. And the way the law is written, that pre-trial agency will be probation. So for us, essentially everybody who's booked into jail that doesn't get released, cited out, that would normally have the option to bail, will have to be seen by a probation officer, given an assessment and a report and a recommendation made back to the courts, or a decision to release made at the time. Checking in with our jail, they're averaging 6 bookings a day. People actually booked into custody a day, and that's low. I'd imagine part of that's low maybe because of the COVID thing or whatever, but last year they were averaging 10. So if you're looking at anywhere between 6 and 10 bookings a day, that projects out to 21, over 2,000 to well over 3,000 bookings a year. Every one of those would have to be seen by a probation officer, assessed with a state-approved assessment tool, and again, having this evaluation done and reported back to the courts. As I mentioned earlier, we typically only average about 1,500 to 2,000 reports, court order reports a year. That takes a staff of 4 full-time court reporters and a supervisor to handle that, and we're looking at certainly more than doubling that. Now, these new type of reports wouldn't be as detailed or lengthy as, say, a pre-sentence report or anything like that, but there's going to be a huge number of them, and that doesn't even take into consideration that after release or being released, this introduces a whole new supervision category for us. We don't know exactly what the court's going to require for supervision, whether or not it would be office visits, home visits, electronic monitoring, testing, who knows? But creating a whole new agency within a small department like ours is going to be, or could be, a challenge if that does pass. Looking at other departments have handled this, other counties have handled this, and based on the numbers that we kind of looked at from our own jail, we think probably 4 or 5 full-time employees it would take to kind of create this agency. It is supposed to be funded. It's not supposed to be, well, it's supposed to be funded. We don't know exactly what the state's going to provide. Don't know if it's going to be adequate. But my concern right now is with the struggle we are having to hire, whether it's adequate or not, staffing those positions would be a challenge. As far as other challenges facing probation, we have the DJJ closure, juvenile realignment. I know the board, I believe admin's probably getting inundated from CSAC with this information. Real big concern throughout the state. There are a lot of large counties that have hundreds of kids in DJJ that are going to have to find other alternatives. For a little background, Division of Juvenile Justice used to be CYA. It's basically juvenile prison. It's where the worst offenders would go. Again, has a lot of counties, a lot of chiefs panicking throughout the state. Right now, for us, we fairly lucky we don't have anybody sentenced. In my time here as the chief, we've only had one at a time, at least, sentenced. But it could be a challenge in the future. We're looking at ways, collaborating with other small Northern California counties to maybe come up with a hub, trying to figure out one county that would house this category of offender. Again, you're talking about serious violent offenders, heavy mental health cases, sex crimes violations. The kind of staff that's necessary is psychiatric, full-time mental health, the ability to have max security at your facility, that kind of thing. So again, not really a challenge at this point, but certainly could be. It's another program that the state is providing some funding to the counties. As it stands right now, Lake County would receive $250,000 based on what our population is and how many of these kids we normally have. And of course, when you don't have anybody, that's more than adequate. But if we were to have an incident, a couple sentenced, then that could be a challenge as well. The thing about it is whatever counties come up with the ability to house these people, a supply and demand thing is going to take, they'll be able to charge whatever they want to charge, and it's going to be very expensive for that class. So I don't think I have any more concerns. Be happy to try to answer any questions you have.
So
we're going to go ahead.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up Proposition 25, which is the proposition that addresses SB 10. If it passes, it will be a multi-million-dollar issue for all counties, including ours. Multi-million dollars just in our county alone, and not just with probation, because what wasn't mentioned is the statutory timeline that those reports have to be done. They can't be put behind others. They have to be done within 48 to 72 hours. And the failure to appear rate is 120% higher on those with those that are actually required to bail. And so then you've got other law enforcement and a district attorney's office out there trying to serve warrants on those failures. It's going to be a very costly if that measure passed. I brought that up.
Yeah, Supervisor Brown, you're actually right. I did fail to mention that. And that brings up a little bit more challenge for our department in that the actual bill itself had a 24-hour, these people had to be seen and assessed within 24 hours. Probation is historically a kind of 9 to 5, Monday through Friday gig here in Lake County. That would change. Part of establishing this pretrial agency would involve, at the very least, a weekend shift, if not a night shift, for us to accommodate weekend bookings.
Supervisor Sabatier.
As far as your budget is concerned, everything looks real similar, as you stated, than the previous year. I know that I have not heard any complaints about your department to make give me any belief that there needs to be some major changes. Obviously, the filling of your positions is probably your biggest and most concerning issue that you need to deal with, that we need to deal with as a whole. I'm actually surprised, based on all the discussions that have been had throughout COVID-19 with the realignment funds and other things being kind of pushed around and then brought back and pushed around and brought back, that your revenues are what they are at this moment in time. I'm grateful. I know you and I, as well as CAO Ms. Hutchinson, had already spoken about SB 10. I wanted to familiarize myself a little bit better with what was happening. I know that RCRC I believe, put in a position of opposition to Proposition 25. I was there during that meeting. A lot of counties are concerned about how the impacts will be for every single one, because I think it will be different depending on the types of crimes and the things like that. So now I appreciate the presentation. I appreciate the work that you do.
Hey, Rob, are there any other comments from the board members? Questions on the budget?
Oops, sorry, I was on mute.
Thank you, Supervisor Crandall.
Don't have any questions on the budget. I just wanted to state that a lot of the projects and goals I've seen firsthand, the successes and the struggles, if you will, because I know that recidivism is a big thing. And so some of these things that you're talking about in your project description and accomplishments, I'm familiar with. And so I just wanted to state that I'm grateful for what you do.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation, Rob. We're going to go ahead and open this up to the public. See if we have any public comment. Go ahead, Jake, if you can open the room.
All right, I'll unmute the Zoom floor here. I've sent out a unmute request. If you would like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, let's close the room up. We'll bring it back to the board for action on these budget units presented by Rob Allen.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve Budget Unit 2302.
Second.
Motion and second. Johanna, if you could please do the roll call vote.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, what we'll do is, thank you, Rob. Thank you very much for all the work this department does. Thank you for presenting today. And we're going to go ahead and move forward. The thought is, and I'll bring this up to the board, thinking we'll finish up with air quality here. And for today, we still have, I think, 5 more departments or divisions that we need to do, budget units, and probably going to take a lot longer than just an hour. So looking at probably 3 or 4 hours tomorrow. So we schedule it for 2 days. We'll start again at 9 a.m., but would like to bring up air quality. We'll end with air quality. We'll finalize with that budget, and then we'll start again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So go ahead.
So we have air quality on the schedule as a courtesy, but as your board knows, you did approve their budget during a regular board meeting recently because there's a special state law that applies to the timeliness of their budget. Nonetheless, Doug has been here with us today and is available to answer any additional questions your board might have about his budgets, but you did already look at them in a separate agenda item in a regular board meeting.
Well, thank you for being here and available, Doug. I appreciate it. I know, as Carol said, we already have approved the budget because of timing, but I don't so much have questions on the budget, but I just want to thank you for all the information that you've been putting out on the air quality in Lake County during the LNU complex fire and the other fires that are affecting us. Or just a comment of saying thank you for getting that information out to the public, because I know it was very folks were looking at that or calling and asking questions every day. So thank you very much on that.
Great. Well, thank you. Just real quick, we do actually need to formalize the adopting the budget. The we had was the draft budget hearing, and we actually couldn't do the finalize. So I just wanted to make sure that we've already adopted the draft, but we're good with the final, and there's been no changes, so everything's good, and I think we'll be fine when you do the final tomorrow. So thank you.
No, we're going to be able to finish you up today as far as we can. We'll end up with you today. So, Supervisor Sabatier.
Thank you very much. While we have you here, I have a question. I believe in my original orientation with Supervisor Crandall, that you mentioned that you were working on your own energy project that is aside from what our public services is working on. Is that correct? And if that is correct, are you still working on that, or what's the status?
That's still in our capital request to do solar for our building, but we've been, due to a number of reasons, it keeps getting delayed. We're hoping that the public services project will move forward as well, and we can kind of get a bulk discount at the same time. But we've had a few building repairs that had priority over, that had to be dealt with before we could do the solar project. So we're dealing with a couple of those things first, then the solar project is still on the books as moving forward.
Okay. I think the overlap might actually work out better in the long run rather than doing it all separately. So I appreciate the update. Thank you very much.
Okay, any more questions for Doug Gerhardt, our air quality director at this point from the board? Okay, we'll go ahead. Carol, did you have a comment?
Just that when you're ready, you would go ahead and do a motion for these budget units like you have all day long.
Yeah, I'm going to take it to public comment right now. So we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. Is there any public comment on the two budget items or budget units that were presented? We did have this earlier at a board meeting with preliminary budgets, and now this is final. Jake, can you open the room?
Yes, I will open up the Zoom room. All right, I've sent out a unmute request. If you would like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, go ahead and close the room, and we'll bring it back to the board for action on these two budget units.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve budget units 8798 and 8799.
Second.
Motion is second. Johanna, would you please do the roll call?
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I think before we, thank you very much, Doug. Thank you. Motion passed, so we move forward. So we're going to go ahead and wrap up today's meeting. I want to appreciate, thank all the department heads, admin, everybody. What I'd like to do, Stephen, if we could just read out the names of what we're going to start with tomorrow. And we have 5 divisions. If we could do that and just go from there. Carol, go ahead. Or Stephen.
Yes. I want to check in with our technical support staff because since we are carrying over, I believe there will be a new and different Zoom link for tomorrow. Jake, can you confirm that? And if so, we'll push that out to the community as well with hope that a lot of the public will continue to be interested tomorrow. Jake, is that correct?
Yeah, I think we should do a new one. I'm trying to think if I could just repeat this one, but I don't know.
It's on the agenda as a different number.
Yeah, we do have a separate one already established out there. That is right.
Okay, so then if the public already has that, we should be good. I just want to be sure.
Yeah, that's right. We did make one in preparation for the rollover.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
So Stephen, go ahead.
Okay, so first thing in the morning, tomorrow morning, we'll start with the Sheriff Coroner, OAS Director, Sheriff's budgets, and then Social Services, Crystal Marketan, and then Public Health, Special Districts, and then Administration HR. And that should be the rest of the hearings.
Okay, and we will start at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So I want to thank all department heads, admin, everyone for putting this together. I know we're about halfway, say we're 60% completed, and we'll get this done tomorrow. So I want to thank everybody for their hard work, their patience, and working through with us today. So we'll go ahead and adjourn this meeting, and we'll start again tomorrow at 9 a.m.
We appreciate this day with you, board. It's been a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, board.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you.